Just check the audio if I am audible on YouTube or not. So good morning and welcome everybody. This is the third day of the semester 3 presentations, and we will be beginning with AAKASH CHAVDA, who would be presenting on female identity and sexuality in the poetry of Kamala Das. This is the paper on post-independence Indian English literature. So the topics would be pertaining to that particular title and subject. We will then have NIMBARK, who would be presenting on symbolism in the novel Midnight's Children. Then BHUMIBA GOHIL will be presenting on blending cultures, Chutnification in Midnight's Children and beyond. Then we will have DARSHAN, who would be presenting on Nissim Ezekiel's satirical style, exploring the wit and critique in his poetry. Then DHATRI PARMAR would be presenting on hybridity and the Indian experience, a study of Nissim Ezekiel's poetry. Then we will have VHORA, who would be presenting on memory and trauma, Hardika's role in revealing generational prejudice in final solutions. Next, just a second. Yes, we will have HIRAL White, who would be presenting on partition of India with the lens of final solutions. Next, we will have KAVITA Chauhan, who would be presenting on shades of power, exploring color symbolism in Midnight's Children. Then we will have Maya Bhatia, who would be presenting on Niradsi Chaudhary as a prose writer. Next, we will have Nanda Chavda, who would be presenting on Sight of the Marginalized, a study of untouchability in One-Eyed. Then next we will have Reshma Bilakhya, who would be presenting the character dualities in Midnight's Children, Salim and Shiva. Vishwa Parmar would be presenting on Salman Rushdie's blending of history and fiction. And finally, Yashraj C. Soda would be presenting on Vedanta and the Modern Mind, S. Radhakrishnan's perspective. So the stage is now open for AAKASH CHAVDA. You can start presenting your topic.
Good morning, all of you. I am Akash, and today's my presentation topic is female identity and sexuality in the poetry of Kamala Das. This is my academic details. And as we know that Kamala Das is a renowned poetess of post-independence era, and she is one of the prominent feminist female poet in the post-colonial era. And she was born into aristocrat family in British India of Malabar Coast in Malayalam. She is a prolific writer in both the language, her mother tongue, Malayali, and as well as in English. And she was famous for her candid and frank expression of women's sexuality and experiences of being a traditional woman in India. And her work centered on a personal identity and experience rather than colonial experiences. We observe that many of the writers after the post-partition in post-colonial era are writing about the personal disillusionment and about the issue and struggles of the nation in larger. But her works focused on the personal identity and female sexuality in general. And she is one of the pioneer of the third wave feminism in India. We can consider her as a radical feminist also. And her autobiography, My Story, is a shockingly intimate work, and it came to be considered as a classic in which she has shared about her early experiences of marriage and her personal intimate experience with her husband also. So my research question is, how does Kamala Das's confessional poetry explores and challenges the traditional norms and notions of female identity and sexuality in Indian society? And we will analyze it by her portrayal of female identity and sexuality and her quest of retaining her self-identity and also many traditional women in India by some original quotation from her poems. So starting with the literary background of Kamala Das, as I have said that she was born into aristocrat family and she was born into progressive thinking and also in literary and literature background, because her mother and her father both were prominent Malayali writers. So from the early age she was into writing, and from early age she has started writing poetry about her experiences. And her Das's works mark a radical shift from traditional literature by creating a distinctive voice and style. And her poetry depicts women's role in traditional Indian customs and conservative society. And she sometimes also wrote about the post-colonial identity as well. And her poetry mainly focuses on subjugation of Indian women and subaltern role of Indian women in her time, and also it is still relevant in our time also. And as I have said that her poetry, we cannot understand her large body of work without understanding her personal narratives, because her personal life and her large body of work are interwoven interwoven. So we cannot understand one thing without understanding the another. So we can say that her poetry is a confessional in tone, with that of Sylvia Plath and Robert Lowen and all the things who have explored the psychological impact of their in poetry and give some intimate experiences of their life in their poetry. And M.K. Naik refers to her confessional poetry as a sex-dominated poetry, and this you can see in this couple of lines that I have taken from The Looking Glass. So the musk of sweat between the breast and the warm shock of menstrual blood. So in a way, love, sexuality, and the body's wisdom is one of the prominent theme, symbol, and discussion in the poetry of Kamala Das. These are the topics which are time and again referred in her poetry, and all the other things, all the other issues are secondary to her, and these are very prominent issues in her poetry raised. So it is obvious that she was a rebel against the society and societal norms. And in her autobiography, My Story, she scathingly attacks and remarks about her father and her mother. Her childhood was dissatisfied, and from the earlier, from her childhood also, the childhood itself, she was subject of patriarchy, and she remarks about her father that her father was an autocrat, and her mother also being a subject of the same patriarchy, she was indifferent to her. And Kamala Das has also rejected and outgrown the Victorian ideals of what we can say is mannerism and superficiality of the Victorian ideals, who believes in holding the female virtue, and we can say angel in the house, but she was not. And she was also celebrated the sex and sensuality of female identity in her poetry. And she also explores the double standards of the society in the poem like Looking Glass. And the women are often expected to provide or do things that society considered taboo. At certain age, in society, you cannot speak about certain things like sexuality or your boyfriend or your girlfriend or at all the things. But at a certain age, the society itself will ask you about such things. And after your marriage, they will also ask about when will you give us the good news and all the things. So these all things we can say it's a double standard of the society, and that is also explored in the poetry of Kamala Das. And she also explores the concept of to be fit in the society. Whatever the roles that are given to women are pre-established in the society. So women don't have any kind of a free choice of herself, and she has only to be fit in whatever the roles that are predestined to her, like dress in a sari or be an obedient wife or be a disciplined wife. And also her posture and gesture and how the way she thinks is also being controlled by this patriarchy. That is we can see in this line from her poem An Introduction. And by doing this, she somewhat gives the picture of conservative society of her time, and this is still relevant to us even now also. So it is obvious, of course, that her poetry has a feminist undertone also. And to understand the most of the feminist aspect of her life, we also have to go into the deep of her personal narrative, because as a when she was just a 16-year-old girl, she was married to an adult man named Madhodas, and she was sexually abused by Madhodas when she was just an adolescent girl who is transferring from adolescent to adult woman, and just she was exploring her female identity and female sexuality. At that time, she has to confront against her against her husband, and she says that I meet a man, loved him, call him not by his name. So her husband is a typical of every patriarchal man in the society who is only the after body of women, and in return, Kamala Das is representative of the all women who just wants love, but all they get is a lust. So in the subsequent lines, we can also see that I was a child, and later they told me I grow up and I became tall. It is about the transition of immaturity to maturity of women. And you can also see in this lines also that how she was sexually abused by her husband. And she also makes a critique of institutionalization of marriage. And she termed it as a legalized rape, because she herself was a victim of this legalized rape, and she believes that sex is a kind of a dominating game in which there is a concept of superiority and inferiority. The superiority is always connected with man, and inferiority is always connected with women. Man holds the dominating personality over women in this kind of things. So, and she says that if a woman stays, Ahmdar says that if Kamala Das would not speak about these things, so she could easily be praised as a Devi, but she didn't. She also spoke about this injustice which was happened against her. So that is why she was labeled as rude and undisciplined. To continue this discussion, we are seeing the old play. These are the lines from the old playhouse, which symbolizes the loss of happiness and the reduced aspects of the woman's dignity in the society, and how a woman's place is shrinking in the society. So this is that, and let us move the exploration of the female sexuality part. So it is obvious that she has explored the female sexuality and love and sensuality, because it is not just used as an authentic expression of womanliness and womanhood, but it is also used as a tool to critique to conventional society also. Kamala Das states that her husband saw wives only as a housekeeper and sexual partners. Her husband, she time and again cites her husband and her private encounters with her husband. And her husband says that wives are only domestic helpers. They don't have anything to do besides to engage with her husband for physical pleasure. And she says that why does love come to me like pain again and again? All she wanted is just love, but all she was getting is lust. And her ideal view of a marriage relationship is that, first of all, man and woman should have love, and the physical intimacy is the second part. It is not that much of importance, and it is a secondary part. And she also talks about the fluidity of identity as well, because in her poetry we can see that women's role are portrayed in various positions. In one poetry you can see that woman is portrayed as a nymphomaniac, and another she is also grandmother or a lover or a girl or a child. So this suggests the fluidity of identity of a woman in a society, which helps her subverting the traditional gender norms set by the society. And one also we can see here that you let me toss my youth like a coin into various hands. You let me mate with shadow. You let your wife seek ecstasy in others' arms. Her husband was a kind of a sadistic and who allowed Kamala Das to engage in sexual relationship with other men also, just just for the sake of money. And he also derived a sadistic pleasure by watching her engaged with another man. And most of the Kamala Das's poems focus on her unsatisfactory sexual experiences with her husband and that of with other men. And obviously, the language and expression of female experiences also we can see in the poetry of Kamala Das. As I mentioned earlier, that autobiographical elements and universal female experiences are explored in the poetry. Her poetry is not only for herself, but her poetry becomes the mouthpiece of various traditional women in the society who cannot speak like Kamala Das, and who does not have courage to speak against the authority, the traditional conventional society. So her poetry in this way becomes universal female experiences, and her direct and confessional style of writing. She has used the intimate words like pubis or pubic hair or womb and breast. Other writers are afraid to even mentioning these words, but she was mentioning these words time and again in her poetry. And this also becomes a critique of her poetry as well, because of this, her poetry is referred to as sometime adult poetry or pornographic poetry, and many critics have marked that her poetry lacks this aesthetic value and the structure. And also we can see the depiction of raw emotions as well in her poetry. And yes, Das's writing style helped break the traditional silence around the women's experience in the society at large. And moving towards the conclusion, that Das's bold and honest portrayal of female sexuality without any guilt gave her a writing strength and made her as an iconoclast of her time. Her poetry was influencing way back in her time, and also it is influencing and tries to subvert the traditional norms set by the society also. So these are my references, and thank you for listening.
Akash, my question is, how does Kamala Das use confessional poetry, interrogate and subvert patriarchal norms surrounding female sexuality within the Indian psychoculture communities?
Yes, Kamala Das have used confessional poetry in many of her writings, because she was herself has a first-hand experiences of female subjugation and in a patriarchal society. So by writing about this, many of the women in traditional society and even now are not able to express herself in that manner. And by this, she also by doing this kind of confessional poetry writing, she does not only speaks about herself, but she speaks about many of the women who cannot speak about like that. And by doing this, she in a way discovers herself, her sexual identity also, and this is also becomes prominent for other women writers also, who are not in a way able to speak such kind of things.
Akash, in your presentation, you mentioned that Kamala Das contributed to the third wave of feminism in India. So, could you share your views on what type of social change she might have brought about through her literary works in the society?
Yes, Kamala Das can be termed as a radical feminist and one of the pioneer of the feminist work. And the fruits of her writing we can observe in the writers like Arundhati Roy, and contemporary writers like Meena Kandasamy. And at that time, when she was writing, she was fiercely criticized because of her writing style and the terms that she has used in her writing. But at that time, it was considered as a not so good. But it was later we can receive fruit and fruit of her writing, and we have the many writers that I have mentioned. So this is the thing that I currently think of. Thank you.
AKSHAY. Or did we lose the voice in between, like in a particular slide? If it was not audible from the beginning, then you'll have to start again. So that's why I asked. Not audible. From starting. Okay, then you have to start from the first slide again. Sadly. Sorry, thank you. Yes, for the our strength is not working.
Hello everyone. Today's my presentation topic is investigating post-colonial and postmodern aspect in Salman Rushdie's Midnight Children. So firstly, quick overview, the introduction to the Midnight Children by Salman Rushdie. So Midnight Children is a novel which is written by Salman Rushdie in the year of 1981. So historical context of the novel is like Salim Sinai, born at a precise moment of India's independence. His life is intertwined with the nation's destiny. A narrative structure of the novel features a unique fragmented narrative structure that reflects the multifaceted experiences of post-colonial India. And the major themes of the novel is identity, history, memory, and the impact of colonialism, and central to the novel exploration. So my research question for today's presentation is, how does Salman Rushdie's Midnight Children use postmodern narrative techniques to critique colonial history and explore post-colonial identity? And hypothesis, Salman Rushdie's Midnight Children employs postmodern techniques such as magic realism and historiographical metafiction to challenge the authority of colonial historical narratives and highlight the complexity of post-colonial identity formation. So what is the post-colonialism? So post-colonialism is basically academic study of lasting cultural impact of colonialism and the imperialism. And it examines how colonial rule shaped societies, culture, and identities. According to Cohesion, post-colonialism engages the study of colonialism's experiences and effects, and it covers both colonial and post-colonial conditions globally. Focus areas of post-colonialism are like power structure and resistance to colonial rule, questioning Eurocentric perspective, and uplifting marginalized voices. And major goal of post-colonialism is deconstruct colonial narratives and highlight the ongoing impact of colonial history. So what is postmodernism? So postmodernism is an intellectual movement from the mid-20th century and challenging traditional ideas of truth, reality, and identity. According to Lyotard, postmodernism blends past and future for unique perspective. On the other hand, Brand's view on postmodernism is it is reject universal principles and rigid structure. Literary impact of postmodernism. So postmodernism focuses on narrative fiction, highlight subjective viewpoints and fragmented knowledge. It uses non-traditional narratives form and intertextual references, and emphasizes language's role in shaping reality. What is the difference between modernism and postmodernism? So in his analysis, Corner highlights that modernism focuses on time and as a concept. On the other hand, postmodernism's view literature as unfolding through narrative within time. Salman Rushdie as a post-colonial and postmodern writer. So Salman Rushdie, deeply shaped by the political and cultural environment of post-independence India, And he uses major themes like cultural fragmentation, colonial and neo-colonial power structure, materialism, social injustice, and the search for love and security. And Rushdie's work focuses on the collapse of human relationship and the blend of facts with fantasy. So, how Midnight Children explores this post-colonial and post-modern structure by Salman Rushdie. So, it explores India's post-independence journey, focusing on identity and cultural blending, and major historical moments impact personal lives, reflecting the complexity of post-colonial India. And postmodern elements in this novel are like magic realism, non-linear narratives, and creative language experiments. Midnight Children intertwines post-colonial themes of history and identity with postmodern storytelling techniques. The novel challenges colonial history and conventional beliefs while giving voices to diverse perspectives. So, postmodernism in Midnight Children. So, according to Rita Joshi, in his analysis, she highlights that according to Hachan, the Midnight Children by Salman Rushdie is a historical metafiction. Historical metafiction is basically a mixture of history and fiction. So, Hachan described this novel as a historical metafiction and suggests that blend historical events with the fiction challenging traditional storytelling. In Midnight Children novel, we may find that many historical events are considered like India's independence and emergency by Indira Gandhi. In the historical context of the novel is the Sinai family story mirrors India's post-independence journey with magical realism reflecting India's lost potential. Self-reflexivity. Narrator Salim questions his perspective, highlighting postmodern doubts and narrative complexity. This novel also considered as a fiction of mythology and reality. And these characters like Salim and Shiva echoes Hindu deities, blending with myth with historical events, parody and humor, which is used by Salman Rushdie in this novel. So parodies is political events like partition, Indira Gandhi's emergency, using humor to critique history. Magic realism is also used in this novel. Magical elements like children's superpowers and blur the line between reality and fantasy. Midnight Children is a post-colonial work. So in the Midnight Children, we may find some magic realism and fiction stories. Magic realism and hybridity. So Salim's use magical realism blends mythology, realism, and history, reflecting his post-colonial Indian identity. India's plural identity, India's diversity challenging a single national identity as a reflected in the novel. Salim, if we consider Salim as a India, then Salim's personality, identity struggle symbolize India's post-independence quest for unity and its diverse nationhood. Fantasy versus reality. So, novel blends fantasy and reality, exploring India's complex post-colonial challenges. So, in the conclusion, in the Midnight Children, Salman Rushdie blends post-colonial and post-modern elements to explore India's journey after British rule using innovative narrative techniques. A key theme is hybridity, which highlights the diverse cultural, historical, and personal influences shaping both the character's identity and the storytelling approach. This fusion encourages readers to reconsider traditional concept of literature and identity, presenting the post-colonial experience as fluid and influenced by various factors. Through this skillful combination, Rushdie offers a nuanced perspective on the complexities of post-colonial life and the overchanging nature of identity and storytelling. Here are some references, and thank you.
So my question is, how does the Midnight Children depict the hybridity of post-colonial India, and how does this hybridity challenge the binary of colonizer and colonized?
So in the Midnight Children, we may find that it is the hybridity, mixture of history, fiction, and it is also mixture of culture, tradition, and languages. So it explore both the influences on the readers, like Indian influences and British influences also. So it is the major challenge to readers to consider the voice of colonized and colonizers. Yes.
My question is, what type of parody, other than political parody, can be identified in Midnight's Children by Rushdie?
So Midnight Children is a metafiction of history and fiction. So other than political parody, we may find the historical parody, literary parody, and cultural parody, and also find the mythological parody and religious parody also. Thank you.
So, hello everyone. My presentation for today is on blending cultures, chutnification in Midnight's Children and beyond. These are my academic information. So, let us begin. Now, all of you might be aware of the word chutnification. It is basically when Indian language is mixed with Hindi, Urdu words, and it is made a Indian way, you can say. So, it is blending of English language and making it more Indian. Now, this term was coined by Salman Rushdie in his novel Midnight's Children. I think Gupta describes it best in her article that chutney is a tangy Indian dish, adding flavor to the main course of any meal. Chutney is a noun form and is understood as such in English. By adding fication, Rushdie changes an Indian word into an English one to stand for transformation. Therefore, chutnification in the novel means transformation of English, having an additional connotation of making the language used in the novel tangy and more flavorsome and exciting. So this is chutnification. Now my research question for today is, to what extent does the chutnification of the English language in Midnight's Children serve as a tool for resistance against colonial linguistic traditions? Here is a brief detail about the author Salman Rushdie. We know that he is a celebrated author for his imaginative storytelling, linguistic inventiveness, and fearless engagement with complex political and cultural issues. His work mostly deal with themes of identity, migration, cultural hybridity, politics, history, and post-colonialism. And he remains one of the most significant and controversial writers of contemporary literature. You all might know about his controversies with his work, The Satanic Verses. And here is a list of his major works. So the post-colonial aspect. First, we have to understand why chutnification is important. And for this, Peter Berry says that whenever there is cross-cultural interaction, it is done in 3 steps. So they are adopt, adapt, and adapt. So adopt is when the colonized people are adopting the colonizer's language, and they are doing this with strict adherence to their rules. They do not change things around. They are following the proper things that are done by the colonizers. Then adapting the language. Later they realize, when writing about this, they realize that they adapt this language as it is, but the subject matter is from their own regional places. So this we can say the step 2, adapting. And then people become adept at using the language. They master the language and they have enough confidence to change things around. Chutnification is the 3rd step. And that is why I think it is important to study Chutnification, because we understand the evolution of English language, and it is a rejection of pure English language of the colonizers. It is a playful and creative way of owning the language and using it to tell uniquely Indian stories. Now, here is a brief history of Chutnification. So first we talked about the initial phase, the adopt phase. So here English language is introduced by British colonization, and there is a reluctant acceptance of things. So people are reluctant at first using it, and they are having a difficult time learning English. So that is the first step. Then they underwent a process called pigeonization. Now, what is this? So it is basically when any language is adopted by the colonized people, but it is done in a strictly transactional manner. So they only use this they only use these languages for business purposes, and we see that there is nothing they don't use it for their normal interactions, as I said, for transactional manner only, and it is not anyone's mother tongue. Then there is then it eventually evolves through creolization. Now, creolization is basically when this transactional language is used for personal matters as well. So this is passed down to generation and widely used by this new generation. Now, there are pre-Rushdie writers that use, we cannot say they use proper Chutnification, but they are early, we can say, adapters of English. So it is worth mentioning them. So some of them are Mulk Raj Anand, Raja Rao, R.K. Narayan, K.A. Abbas, and Bhavani Bhattacharya. Now, history of Chutnification. So, Midnight Children marked a turning point in this history of Chutnification. We see that Salman Rushdie incorporated Hindi words without italicizing them. In other novels, you might have seen that whenever there is use of Hindi words, they are done in italics. So, you know that it is something different. Here, they are used in a very normal tone. There is Salman Rushdie creates new hybrid terms, which we will see further, and he uses English to represent the entire subcontinent rather than specific regions. This is, I think, different from other writers before him. So Raja Rao, R.K. Narayan, they used English, but they only show to show their specific regional ways rather than as a entire, you can say, subcontinent is not reflected in their work, which is done by Rushdie. And there are a few post-Rushdie writers also, like Arundhati Roy, Vikram Seth, Kiran Desai, who use these. Now, Chutnification, because of globalization, its process has been accelerated. We see that this Midnight Children received many awards like Booker Prize, and it was globally acknowledged. And because of this, the Oxford Dictionary also now regularly adds new Indian origin words. There are more than like 700 words of Indian origin in the Oxford Dictionary. Now let us understand Chutnification in Midnight Children. So first, he incorporates numerous Hindi and Urdu words, and we can say a Hinglish manner of speaking. So here are a few examples. These are said by Padma. So she says, "Eat now, food is spoiling." She says, "Okay, starve, who cares to peace?" So such a manner of speaking you do not find in the original English. Then he creates unusual compound words. So if you see words like such and such, so there is no space in between them. They are combined. There are words like nearly nine, black as night. Then he also uses vernacular words like expressions like baap re baap. Then for washerwoman, he says thoban, ekdam, angrez. So these vernacular words are also used in Midnight Children. Then there is the use of deliberate misspelling and grammatical variations. So we see words like doctory. So it is spelled in this manner. Then there is words like dupattale. So all of these are created by Rushdie in the process of Chutnification. And Midnight Children employs vivid sensory and descriptive languages. And it makes the, you can say, the novel come alive just by his language. Now, we can see Chutnification in popular Indian culture. So we see it in mainstream media, and in a few examples that I find in Rajpal's article. So number one is in mainstream music. He gives the examples of songs of Honey Singh. So artists like them, they include Punjabi, Hindi and English words. So we cannot say that. So this, in here we see Chutnification of songs, and they do not stick to only one language. Then there is Chutnification in contemporary novels as well. So here the example of To Whom It May Concern by Sharik Iqbal is given. And we see chutnification in social media language, WhatsApp language as we call it. You might have seen that instead of writing the full word message, people would just write MSG. Instead of writing the word you, they just write the letter U. So this also comes under the part of chutnification. Now, my favorite part from this was chutnification in movie titles. So here are a few examples of that. You see Fata Poster, Nikla Hero, Love Aajkal, English Winglish, Jab We Met, I, Me or Main, Ek Tha Tiger. So here we see chutnification of the movie titles as well. Now, we see, to conclude my presentation, we saw that post-colonial aspect of chutnification and how it is undermining linguistic hegemony. People are rejecting this pure idea of English. They are incorporating their own words and making English their own language. The journey of chutnification is actually the journey of identity formation. We find ourselves and who we are through this language. And used in Midnight's Children and in popular culture, we saw how chutnification is used in all these. And chutnification comes as a deliberate act of resistance. Salman Rushdie takes this tool of dominance and he makes out of it his own self-expression, a mode of his own self-expression. So we see chutnification becomes a deliberate act of resisting, and there is reclaiming the language and decolonizing through it. So that was it for my side. From my side, these are my references, and thank you. Now for your questions.
So, Bhumi, my question: why do you think Salman Rushdie used chutnification as a narrative technique?
Okay, so as we saw, I already talked about the post-colonial aspect of it. I personally think that the use of chutnification is very significant because Midnight Children in itself is the story of Salim as well as the story of India. And more, it starts with the independence time. So we see this post-colonial aspect to it. And I think the language that he used, the chutnification, which is Indian languages as well, the use of Hindi words, as well as the colonial language, English. So with this, it creates its own identity. If post-colonial India had a language, then it would be, I believe, chutnified English. So his use, I think it could be that in the narrative technique, because it really, you can say, made the novel come out more, made it more expressive, more colorful. Any other questions?
Bhumi, my question is, how is Rushdie's idea of chutnification differs from just making chutney, and how does this difference add the deeper meaning to the metaphor?
So making a chutney is basically mixing a lot of things and preserving it. And of course, this is a very, I think, a vibrant metaphor, because chutnification as a process is also this. It is mixing other words in it and preserving the language for a longer time, and the preservation of, I think, our own language as well, because through these words they would live on in English language as well. So we see that. And deeper meaning in the metaphor, we can say the mixture of language. I think when there is colonization, it is a difficult process for everyone, not more for the colonizers, but at least for the colonized people, it is a very difficult language, a difficult process. And from that, after coming out of that, we see them becoming something, there is a cross-cultural interaction. So they become more vibrant, they become more, you can say, evolved than they were. And this is, I think, also this fits the metaphor, because if you see chutnification, it brings out more flavor than there already was in the raw material. So in the same way, I believe that chutnification is like a very positive outlook on post-colonialism. So it is that out of this bad thing, you can say, that happened, we have evolved, we have come out stronger, and it has made us more vibrant and more flavorful than we were before. So I hope that answers your question. And thank you so much.
A very good morning, everyone. On the third day of the presentation, I am here with the presentation on Nissim satirical style, exploring the wit and critic in his poetry. So, Nissim is a renowned Indian poet. He is a key figure in the modernist movement, and he was born in 1924, Mumbai. He is very famous for his satirical style, writing in poetry. His satire, through his satire, he highlights the flow and provoke thoughts on topics like politics, culture, and modernization. His humorous yet insightful approach made his work both accessible and thought-provoking. He is also awarded with the Sahitya Academy Award in 1983 for his work Later Their Palms. So, what is satire and how it applies in literature? So, satire is a way to critique someone through a humorous way, or blend the facts and provide a sentence which is humorous but also critiquing. So its purpose is to criticize individual, society, or institutions to inspire change and provoke reflection by exposing flaws and absurdities. We can use satire through exaggerations, ironies, or contradictions. And satire has many uses beyond literature. And as we can see the mocking public figures, or we can see memes, or a cartoonist, or we can also see example of satire in Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha. And if we have to see example in the literature, we can have example of Animal Farm by George Orwell and Gulliver Travels by Jonathan Swift, which is a political satire on human behavior and societal norms. So in this presentation, we will have a look how Nissim employs satire, irony, and cultural references in his poetry to reflect the complexities of post-independence Indian society, addressing themes such as modernization, cultural clashes, and the search for identity. By using humor and metaphor, he engages reader in a deeper understanding of the political and social issues facing India during this period. My research question for this presentation is, how does Nissim use satire and other literary devices to reflect the societal and cultural challenges of the post-independence India in his poetry? So let's have a look on the satirical themes used by Ezekiel. So I have chosen some themes which he often uses in his poetry, and through his poems we will see how it uses and what are the satirical tones in it. So first is social issues. In his poem Night of Scorpions, which is a poem where his mother is stung by a scorpion, and people were coming at his home and providing opinions which are totally illogical. So in the first paragraph, he says that the peasant can like swarm of flies and buzz the name of God 100 times to paralyze the evil. So it is reflecting that people are coming to check the health of his mother, but they are providing illogical opinions, and which is a satirical tone reflecting that class disparities, urbanization, and societal norms. The peasant communal response to the scorpion stings reflects collective beliefs. So everyone has their own beliefs. Someone was saying that it is the karma that you that is happened. Someone was saying that the poison is purifying your sins, and many other things which are totally illogical and irrelevant to that time. Second theme we find is that cultural clashes and political satire. So in the same poem, we find cultural clashes and political satire. So his mother, twisted through and through, growing on a mat. My father, skeptic, rationalist, trying every curse and blessings. Power mixture, herbs, and hybrid. He even poured a little paraffin upon a bitten toe and put match to it. So despite this illogical opinions or remedies which are totally superstitious provided by people who are coming to check his mother's health, his father is a logical man. His father belongs to academic background, and his father was a teacher and his mother was a principal in the school. So they have academic background, so they are tend to be logical. His father is not providing any attention to the opinions that are provided by the people, and he use every logical way to relieve his wife. So here we see a satirical tone and cultural clashes. Often we see people are having different views on political satire. We see that through contrast between fathers' practical methods and villagers' religious practices, Ezekiel subtly critiques a political landscape where contrasting ideologies and practices often clash in society. Next is modernization. In his poem, The Professor, where he is addressing a student and he is telling, he is a retired professor and he is telling about how his life is going on and how his all sons and daughters are settled, and he is also healthy. He is providing an overview of his retired life to a student, his former student, in which there is a line that one is sales manager, one is bank manager, both have cars. So he's talking about his two sons. One is sales manager and second is bank manager. Both have cars. So it is portraying the modernization after independence. People were, because of the globalization, people were getting jobs, people were getting economical independency, and through that we can see the modernization. But further in this poem, he also criticized modernization, as he says that I'm 69 and I'm healthy. I do not have any diabetic or any medical issues. But he also subtly do sarcasm on his student that you are looking very thin. So it is a sense of symbol that through globalization, India has economical growth, but because of Harit Kranti and all the things, we were satisfied our need, but our health standards were lower. Another theme is post-independence. So in his poem Enterprise, he said that it started as a pilgrimage, exciting minds and making all the burdens light. The second stage explored but did not test the goal. So this poem can have many interpretations, but as we interpret this poem in the sense of post-independence, it says that it started as pilgrimage. So it started with a euphoria that we are free, we are having a freedom. But as we all know that after independence, we have to take control of authority. We have to take control of laws. We have to make constitutions. So the second wave, which is a working wave, he has killed the euphoria that people were having. So we can have the glance of post-independence in his poetry. Now let's look at the literary device used by Ezekiel in the Patriot. This poem is also a part of our syllabus. So in which many literary devices he used. We will see every device one by one. First is irony. So in the Patriot, he says that other day I am reading a newspaper. Every day I am reading Times of India to improve my English language. How one gonna fellow through a stone at Indira Behan. So we have we can see the irony in it. So first he says Indira Behan, which is referring to Indira Gandhi, and calling a sister adds a touch of familiarity, respect when referring to Indira Gandhi. And threw a stone at PM. So we can see that someone threw a stone at PM. It directly referring that PM is not doing good work, or PM has no respect in the masses because of course because of his working. So we can find the irony here. Second is wit and humor. So he further says that I am standing for a peace and non-violence. Why world is fighting? Why all people of world are not following Mahatma Gandhi? I am simply not understanding. So at the first look of this poem, we will see that we can see that it is very written in a very easy way, and at the first glance we can see the wit and humor. But as we know that Ezekiel is very intellectual, and he also served as a HOD of Mumbai University. So he very well know the humor lies in the simple and almost childish frustration of the speaker, who believes following Gandhi's techniques should bring end to conflict, yet world remains full of steer. As we all know that Gandhian way of resistance can have its impact on selected people, but as we see world now, it can't be uh, all. It can't be Gandhian way can't be fit in this current world. Next, we'll see symbolism. So, in the poem Patriot, he says, "Friends, Roman countrymen, let." So, this sentence is direct reference to Mark Antony's speech in Shakespeare Julius Caesar. This phrase symbolizes speaker's attempt to address a wider audience, emphasizing universal theme and societal issues. Second, he says everything is coming: regeneration, remuneration, and contraceptions. So it is also has ironical tone. So he's saying that regeneration is totally referring to the Vikas model that we have seen. The word contraception is here quite sarcasm, because contraception is directly referring to uh, the dark period of sterilization that was happened during reign of Indira Gandhi, and his son Sanjeev Gandhi has started a campaign of sterilization in the masses for population control. So the speaker's choice of symbolic terms reflect the ongoing shifts in societal values, concerns, adding depth to poem's critique of modern life. Now let's look at the tones and language. So the tone of the every poems are very gentle and it is very soothing, but language is also very easy to understand, to comprehend. As we have seen to prior presentation, the Chutnification, we see Chutnification in the work of Nissim Ezekiel, where he uses like Gujarati, Maharashtrian, Hindiwala. So he also uses these words to use to make English very Indian. And despite its simplicity, the language holds profound meaning, and the speaker's personal expressions reflect the both individual and societal concerns. So to conclude my presentation, Nissim Ezekiel's poems are very filled with satire, metaphors, and sarcasm. His language is very easy, but to comprehend, you have to read between the lines. His sharp observation on society and the culture continues to resonate, making him an influential voice in the Indian literature. These are my references, and thank you. Now I would like to have your queries if you have any.
Okay, so Darshan, my question is, how does Ezekiel's approach to satire compare to contemporary Indian poets or international satirists?
I don't currently think of any poet, but we can relate to the comparison to international satirists. Like he has an impact of Byron and other many scholars. He was very fond of their writings. So on the satirist level, we can also say the Orwell was there. He had many in his biographical poet. He also mentioned that he is very fond of Orwell. So currently, I think of only Orwell. Next question.
Darshan, as you discussed the various types of satire employed by Nissim Ezekiel, which style do you believe he used most effectively and why?
Most often in his poetry, I find societal issues and sarcasm on society. So I think it would be societal issues. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I am DHATRI PARMAR, and today's my topic of presentation is hybridity and the Indian experience in a study of Nissim Ezekiel's poetry. Imagine you have a conversation with your friend and you are switching a language, English, Hindi and Gujarati in your WhatsApp chat. So congratulations, you are a part of a hybrid identity. Talking about Nissim Ezekiel, he was born in Bombay in 1924 and basically he was Indian Jewish. That itself made him a hybrid identity, and that's why he has the experience of a hybrid personality. His education is he had a BA in literature at college in Bombay and he further goes to the London. So he has both experience of India and outside India as well. So that's also provide him an experience of being a hybrid identity. He was playwright, actor, broadcaster, social commentator, and he also corresponded with various journals in his time. He was art critic and he conducted art appreciation courses as well. And he was director and theater unit in Bombay. And that's why he has a larger experience through the Indian culture. And that's what provide the content for his poetries. Talking about his legacy, he was known as a front-rank poet in Indian English tradition. My research question for today's presentation is, how does Nissim Ezekiel's poetry represent hybrid identity within the context of Indian identity and experience? So first of all, let us have an idea of what is hybrid identity. The term hybridity, which was coined by, of course, Homi Bhabha, and it talks about how the condition in which the boundaries of identity are crossed and that resulting in illegitimate racial mixing. It was a deeper idea, and that's what even shared by the Nissim Ezekiel. However, with this idea of hybridity, there is another side as well coming there, which reveals that with the hybrid identity, there are two kind of an experience, good, positive, and as well as negative. But in the case of Ezekiel, the positive aspect, which provide him the content. So first is the poem of his, is Background Casually, in which he, I'm getting. What do I do? So first poem is The Background Casually, in which he talks about how he has a personal experience of marginalization. As being a Jewish identity, he has the sense of dislocation in him. And that's why in this poem reflects, with this idea, reflects, I quote, I went to Roman Catholic school, a mugging Jew among the wolves. They told me I had killed the Christ. That year, I won the scripture prize, unquote. Now, this line reflects how he has a sense of being an outsider in India. And that's what he has an experience even in the school days. So he has the experience of a cultural dislocation from the childhood only. He experienced it in his college, school as well. And in this poem, he reflects how he was bullied in the college and in the school because of his Jewish identity. And we found out there was a fervor of a reaction against the Jewish identity, and that's what reflected in his personal experience. And even in this poem of Background Casually, he has a struggle of recognition, and he faced the financial hardship because of this having a Jewish identity, and that's why he wrote subsequently in this poem, I quote, "As others choose to give themselves in some remote and backward place, my backward place is where I am," unquote. So this is reflecting that he is struggling even within the context of India as being a Jewish identity. People are struggling in the India, but particularly Ezekiel as a being an Indian Jewish is facing that, and that's why his personal experience is revealed there. Another poem is The Night of Scorpion, in which there is a reflection of cultural hybridity. We have experience during a corona time, people were not going to the having a vaccine and going to Baba for having some bhabhuti and drinking that bhabhuti instead of taking a vaccines. So that's what reflects the superstition even within the 21st century. So that's what even the gist of this poem as well, in which the poem is situated in rural India. So it provides is a Indian background. At the same time, the uses of English language that made it a combination of Western and Indian. So very hybrid idea, and even the hybrid idea of tradition versus modernity. So people in the poem is giving so many suggestions, as Darshan mentioned, that you have to chant these words for 100 times, or you can spit this, or we have idea of જ્યારે સાપ કરડી જાય ત્યારે આપણે અલગ અલગ પ્રકારની છે બધા દોરા ને ધાગા કરીએ છીએ. Similar way, the people of the village is providing a traditional view. So this poem reflects how the traditional view was contrasted by his father's rational view. Like said, I quote, "My father, skeptic, rationalist, trying every curse and blessing, powered mixture, herb, and hybrid," I unquote. So word hybrid itself appears in this poem, makes Ezekiel's poetry very hybrid, and there is a blending of traditional and modern. So his father having a scientific temperament, showing a Western values. On the other hand, villager showing a traditional value and superstition, making this poem very hybrid. Even he used the language which is hybrid. Another poem is Poet, Lover, and Bird Watcher. This is a combination, a well combination of Indian philosophy and Western philosophy. As we know, the romantics of Britishers, we have a Shelley, Keats, Wordsworth, and Coleridge. So all them having a philosophical tones. In similar way, he touches upon that theme as well. So the first line of the poem, I quote, "The slow moment seems somehow to say much more," unquote. So there is a sense of patience in the very first line, and that's what the philosophical touch provides, and very Indian touch provided to this poem. Eastern influence of patience and mindfulness, as at the same time having a Zen-like patience. So there is a combination, there is a hybridity in both. Talking about the pursuit of enlightenment, and there is art as an artist as a visionary. We found out in romantics, Shelley, Wordsworth, and even Coleridge talking about the having an image, secondary imagination. So having artists, making them artists very philosophical. In similar way, in this poem, Ezekiel provides a idea of Zainism and Buddhism, and providing combining both the ideas, and in that way made this poem very hybrid. There is a cultural fusion, and in which his personal experience also revealed. And he was in this poem, he talks about how a bird watcher and how lover is like a similar way, having a patience in there and waiting for their confession or a right proper time. So you need a patience. So combination of both the things. Another is very famous poem of him, The Goodbye Party of Nissim, Pushpati, which for providing it a very hybrid identity. The title itself is a satirical, and providing us a view of a very Indianness in the poem. So it critiques the societal norms in humorized way, where in the title itself we have to use a farewell party. In English, the word is farewell party. Instead of that, he used goodbye party. So he just intentionally changed the words. In similar way, he used smiling and smiling instead of smiling. So giving an Indian touch, and once and only instead of once. So this all expression of Nissim Ezekiel made him very Indian in approach, and very hybrid or post-colonial identity while reflecting or being a poet. Even in this, he did the stereotypical idea, like what are the Indians, how they appear, how they converse, and he generalized in that. For example, the Indians have these colonial mindset of foreign validation, that if you are going outside the country, then you are having a good background, or you are having a good identity. We normally have a fascination of a people who are going outside. We are throwing a bon voyage parties to them. And it's the similar way the subject of this poem is reflecting. And you get the idea from this quote. I quote, "You are all knowing friends what sweetness is in Miss Pushpa. Miss Pushpa is coming from very high family," unquote. So coming from high family and going to abroad, this fascination is connected with the Indian identity. In similar way, he criticized the idea of Indians of going outside as well. And at the same time, having a good, being a good, very character, a normal middle-aged woman. That is also Indian touch given to this poem. He was in this, he talks about how the identity of the people are caught between the tradition and modernity, and even the repetitive use of continuous tense in his poems made him very hybrid. He's, instead of using simple tense or simple past tense, he's using continuous tense, and that's what make our a kind of a language. We normally use a continuous tense a lot because we are a second language speaker. Another poem is Patriot, in which he said, I quote, "I simply not understanding. Ancient India wisdom is 100% correct. I should say even 200% correct. But modern generation is neglecting. Too much going for fashion and foreign thing," unquote. So in this, the using of numeric words, which Indians normally use, they just bet this is 100% true or this is 200% true. So that was given to this poem. And at the same time, the continuous tense or the satires or blending the Western allusion of Antony, Julius Caesar, at the same time using Mahatma Gandhi and Indira Gandhi in the poem, blend the his hybrid or colonial identity, and he of course used the humor and satire. So my conclusion is, Ezekiel create poetry out of triviality with the tinge of imagination, and that's what gave the Indian touch or hybrid touch to the poems of Nissim Ezekiel. Ezekiel's poetry embodies the hybridity of Indian experience, blending Eastern and Western tradition, past and present. And his works also reflects the complexities related to the post-colonial identity and how the post-colonial identity time and again try to adjust and readjust in the evolving world. These are my references. And thank you, everyone. Now, if you have any question, feel free to ask.
So, Dhatri, I would like to know to what extent does hybridity serve as an advantage in the Nissim Ezekield's literary career?
Advantage in the case of being a Jewish identity, you will face problem because there was a World War II and there was a sense of hatred at that time. So he is facing a problem in that case, and that's what even he reflected in the background casually. He reflected his experience of struggling for finding a job, struggling to be a part of a school or a child, a school or a college. So as that, he got the problem. However, with the coming out of his poem, he get the self-recognition, and that recognition leads him to be a director of the college, and that's what his works leads him to the having an advantage over the society, but not his personal Jewish identity, I would say. So hybridity in his case also provide us a view of how English language and combination of Indian touch. So that hybrid identity also provide him advantage of sharing experience of Indians to the global audience. So in that way, he got the advantage, and his language is so lucid in that case. So he get advantage of that also. Because of his language, he was easy to read, and that's why reader attracted towards him time and again. So yes.
So that is my question is, as you talked about his Jewish identity, so how does religion factor into his exploration of hybridity in the Indian context?
Okay, so if I'm not wrong. Indians don't have that sense of hatred among Jews because they are quite in free, or they are not in that much of current affairs, especially localized people. So they are not aware about what is going outside the world. So that's what I think, giving him an advantage, because people are, of course, thinking that he was an outsider, foreigner, because of his name, Nissim Ezekiel. So I think that would be the case. And talking about particularly religion, then we feel that with the name of Nissim Ezekiel, he would be Christian. We feel that. But when we read the biography, we get the idea. So I think in the context of his religion, he was not in that much of talking about religion. He was in general talking about Indian experience. And so particularly in religion, I could not remember the proper example of from his poetry, which talking about religion. Yes. Thank you.
This particular sequence is difficult to read. Sequence from movie to DHATRI, because it makes it a bit difficult to take decisions. There are errors, but those are marginal errors. So I think, should I give the mark? Should I cut it? So this is making yesterday.
So hello everyone, myself Hardika, and my today's topic is memory and trauma, Hardika's role in revealing generational prejudice in finding solution. Here are my personal information, table of content, and my research question is, how does Hardika's character in Mahesh Dattani's final solution reveal the impact of memory and trauma on perpetuating generational prejudice, and what insights does this provide into the cyclical nature of communal tension and in India? Hypothesis like Hardika's recollections of trauma from the partition in Final Solution serves as a critical narrative device that demonstrates how unresolved historical wounds shape and sustain generational prejudice. By exploring her internal struggles and interactions, the play reveals that addressing inherited biases is key to breaking the cycle of communal discord. Introduction. Let's see the brief introduction of Mahesh Dattani, the finance, the author, the playwright of Finance Solution. He was born on 7th August 1958 in Bangalore, Karnataka. He influence of vernacular theater, watching Kannada, Marathi, and Gujarati plays with his family during his childhood, and that has significantly influenced his passion for theater. His education and cultural context, he attended Baldwin High School, where English proficiency and Western culture dominated, but his interest in Indian languages and culture remained resilient. Her prominent works he authored 11 stage plays, including Final Solution, Dance Like a Man, and Tara, which exploring the themes such as the familial conflicts, gender roles, and subaltern concerns. His legacy and global recognition recognized from pioneering Indian drama in English and addressing contemporary social issues, earning international acclaim as a playwright per excellence. Let's see the brief introduction of Final Solution. The Final Solution explores the explores the theme of deep-rooted communal tensions and prejudice in India. Indian society. The settings the play shift between the past and the present to highlight generational and cyclical communal discord. Plot revolves around the interactions between Hindu family and two Muslim boys seeking refuge during the riots. Conflicts in the narrative examines the biases, fears, and the facet of secularism through intense familial and societal confrontations. Stagecraft, Dattanis uses innovative techniques like a movable set and a Greek chorus to symbolize the fluidity and memory and blame. Message from the play is that advocates the self-reflection and empathy to dismantle prejudice and foster communal harmony. Now, second one is the Hardika as an embodiment of memory. We all know Mahesh Dattani uses the Hardika's character and Daksha's character in Hardika and Daksha in one character. So Hardika embodies the collective pain of partition, representing a generation scared by communal violence. Collective pain of partition, like when before her marriage she was a Daksha, and after marriage society gave her name Hardika, changed her name Hardika, and that's why her memories serves as a narrative link in the connecting historical prejudice with contemporary conflicts. Hardika's recollections are influenced by personal trauma, highlighting the emotional weight of memory. Her unresolved bitterness perpetuates generational biases against the Muslim community because in 1982, the Babri Masjid's riots, her father was killed by Daksha's father. And Hardika's rigid views are juxtaposed with the evolving conflicted perspectives of the younger family members. Her narrative underscores how unhealed wounds from the past feed into the cycle of communal discord. In a play, Mahesh Dattani explores an interesting element of the play is the presence of Hardika and Daksha, shown to be two different, though at the same time same character. Because of the sameness of two characters, the play opens with Daksha's diary. For example, when play opens and Daksha is sitting in front beside the beside Hardika, and Hardika is like sitting like reading a diary, and Daksha was her past, and Hardika now in present Hardika reading her diary and imagine 40 years back. Imagine 40 years back how she is written her diary, and in the and the self-conscious record of personal memories written in the future readers be in another person on the evolved self. Dattani uses two characters to portray the grandmother Daksha, the rebellious young bride reading her diary, and Hardika, the elder one who has conformed to her husband's view on Muslim neighbors. Despite their differences, their thought and memories are seamlessly interwoven as shown in the diary entries. Here are the Hardika's dialogue when play which is came after the big monologue of Daksha. In this dialogue represent her 40 years experience and the sadness, or we can say that the trauma of her life he that she felt after her marriage. Hardika wrote it. Hardika said, and I wrote a dozen of pages before, a dozen of pages now. A young girl's child scribble, an old woman's shaky scrawl. Here, a young girl's child scribble means she her imagine she imagine her childhood, like when she was 15 years old, and when the riots were happened. An old woman's shaky scrawl. In this line, she explores her current situation, and she is reading her diary, and and also remember her experience of her past life. And yes, things have not changed that much, and she also added that in that time also, after 40 years, things have not changed that much. The third one is trauma as a catalyst for prejudice. Hardika's painful memories of partition shape her deep-seated mistrust of Muslim. Due to due to the happening of riots, Daksha's father was killed by Muslims. That's why the painful memories of partition, deep-seated to Hardika's painful mistress. Her experiences of betrayal during partition lead her generalized suspicion towards the other community. Here, other community means the Muslim community. Unresolved emotional wounds fuel her inability to reconcile with past and present communal harmony. Her bitterness drives her to transmit these biases of the next generation. A next generation like Sumita and Smita and her mother Aruna. Hardika's trauma exemplifies how personal suffering reinforces collective mistrust across generations. Here, the communal strife triggers memories of a partition for Hardika, who was a new bride in 1948. Her memories are conveyed through the character of Daksha, who reads from her diary. In 1948, when she was 15 years old, and when she got married to Hari, and after that Hari treated treated her not well, and after her marriage, Hardika in the play represent the prejudice that exists in society towards different religious communities. The character of Hardika holds a strong prejudice against Javed, a Muslim boy. She is shown to have a deep-rooted prejudice against Muslim, which is evident in her interactions with Javed. This can be observed from this line. Hardika said that how could he let these people into my house? They killed his grandfather. They will hate us from protecting them. Asking for help makes them feel better or lower than us. I know. They don't want equality. They want to be superior. Fourth one is Hardika's role in highlighting generational prejudice. Prejudice is defined as a preconceived opinions that are not based on reason or actual experience. In final solution, the prejudice of Hindu and Muslim characters towards each other in the main cause of communal violence. The play is set in the aftermath of 1992 in Babri Masjid demolition and the subsequent riots. The book plays in India. Hardika's prejudice against Javed is based solely on his religion, and she is unable to see him as an individual and instead views him through the lens of her religious prejudice. She believes that all Muslims are responsible for the violence that is happening in their neighborhood and holds Javed responsible for the tension between the Hindu and Muslim communities. Throughout the play, Hardika's hostility towards Javed reflects her prejudice and that rooted in his religion. She accuses him of the theft upon entering her house, saying, "I don't want you in my house, you are a thief." Her contempt exemplifies societal biases and fuel communal tensions and perpetuate violence between Hindu and Muslim communities. The line "it is in their blood to destroy" is used by the chorus to refer to the character of Javed, a Muslim boy who is a victim of the prejudice, and Javed's Muslim identity is the root of the prejudice and violence that faces from Hindu characters in the play. The use of the line by chorus highlights the fact that prejudice and enmity between the two communities are often based on deep-rooted cultural and historical factors. As chorus, Muslim makes masks, says, they say we raised their temple yesterday, that we broke their chariot today, that we will bomb their street tomorrow. Fifth one is Hardika's journey toward introspection. Hardika occasionally reflects on her past action and their consequences, hinting at an evolving awareness of her biases. She begins to perceive how her prejudice has strained her relationships and influenced her family's outlook on communal harmony. Hardika's introspection reveals how her mistress perpetuated discord within her immediate community. Her memories and regrets serve as a warning against the cyclical nature of hatred and importance of self-awareness. Hardika's character arc subtly encouraged the audience to question their own inherited prejudice and work towards reconciliation. In the conclusion, we can say that the Hardika's story highlights the need to confront historical trauma to understand the role in shaping prejudice. The play suggested that self-reflection is vital to dismantling generational biases and fostering communal harmony. Hardika embodies the potential for introspection to challenge ingrained beliefs and inspire the change. The play calls for empathy and dialogue as tool to address societal divisions rooted in memory and trauma. Final Solution offers a timeless reminder of the importance of reconciliation in bridging communal divides. These are my references, and thank you. If you have questions, you can ask.
I would like to know, how does the dual representation of Hardika and Daksha in Final Solution enhance our understanding of the interplay between modernity, memory, and identity?
The dual representation of Hardika and Daksha in Final Solution enhance our understanding with memory. Memory represent memory represent the character of Hardika, and identity represent the character of Daksha. For example, we can take the example of Daksha's character, that at the age of 15 he wrote her diary, and he at that age at that age she has not that much biases, or we can say that no, no, not that much uh, uh, that much sorry, I forgot.
So we can change the question. I think my question is for you. Dattani used two names for Hardika. Does this imply that Daksha was free of prejudice compared to Hardika?
Yes, absolutely. Dattani used two names for Hardika because and it also implied to Daksha was free for prejudice because uh, when when we talk about Hardika's character, it implies the so many kind of restrictions, and at the when Dattani highlights the character of Hardika, at that time she became a widow, and we all know the societal restrictions about the widow, and Daksha was free for prejudice because at that time, at that age, when she written her diary, and she written her diary, and she was liberal in the liberal that time, and as the comparison of Hardika's character, and at that time Daksha also had that much freedom to explore, or we can say that to experience her own identity, or reflect her identity in a original way. Thank you.
So hello everyone, myself HIRAL VAITHA, and I am going to present on partition of India with the lens of the final solution. These are my academic information. These are the table of contents. And let's focus on the introduction. So basically the partition of India, which took place in the 1947, as we all know, was the significant event in our Indian history. That division between the British India and two independent nations from like India and Pakistan. And this partition was the result of the complex political, social, and religious factors towards including growing demands for separate homelands by Hindu and the Muslim communities. The historical background of the partition can be traced to the British colonial rule, where the seeds of division were sown through policies of divide and rule. As we all know that the in previous years of our study, we know the rule of the divide and rule, and we are the uh, witnessed of this. Our great grandparents and our parents maybe are the witnesses of this time era, and the culmination of this partition led widespread violence, mass displacement, and the deep-seated legacy of conflict between the two nations. So, in the personal stories, in the final solution play, we know that Hardika, who is the who is the character of the partition time, and she represents personal impact of societal division and trauma from the partition time era. In eyewitness accounts, her narrative reflects the violence and displacement witnessed during the partition. And her family expression, Hardika's story, mirrors her own family suffering from the political and religious upheaval. And in the consequences of the division, we find that highlights of the rift caused within the families and communities due to the partition time era. And in the legacy of the partition, we find that demonstrates how the aftermath of the partition affects the personal identities, family, and the economical structure, also the relationships and the belongings of that time. And impact on the communities, we found that the show how communities were torn apart by deep-seated prejudice on each others. So let's focus on the heart of the presentation, which is women's experience on the partition. In the article of Bhardwaj, we found that this document examined the impact of the partition India on women. Mainly, the play also based on the feeling of the Hardikas, and also we found in this article that the how women feel at that time era. So this article focus on their experiences in post-partition at the time in Delhi, and it highlights their role in sustaining families amidst violence, displacement, and the trauma time. And women faced abductions and loss of homes and economic challenges, but contributed significantly to rebuilding lives and transforming Delhi to a vibrant area and refugee-centric cities also. The study critiques that marginalization of women's voices in the mainstream partition in history that emphasizes their reliance, including the efforts in the vocational training and the employment and establishing small businesses. Despite this hardship, women were central to Delhi socio-economical evolution. So, in the economic consequences, we found that in this context, the final solution and the partition are the economic consequences are profound. And in the division of British India, distributed economic ties creating between the economic division between India and Pakistan. And later on, it's particularly in trade, resource, and the infrastructure also. And the separation resulted into the long-term economic effects, including the loss of markets and the disputation of the agriculture, industrial activities, and the burden of managing refugees and displaced population. As we all know, the timing era of the play and the situation of the Bobby and Javed, that how they fear from that people who are going to kill them because they are the Muslims. And we found in some of the movies also that how the people are killing each other in the name of the communal hatred. And we found that the affect communities and the individual person are affected by the borders economic instability by post-partition time era, and highlighting the enduring economic repercussions. In the political impact, the final solution and the partition political impacts is significant, which is the partition created a new political landscape that after the partition at Pakistan, Muhammad Ali Jinnah was there, and here the same the Sabha was created, and that later on the all the rules and regulations got created. And the partition created a new political landscape dividing the British India into India and Pakistan, which led to the formation of separate nation state based on the religious identity, which is still today. And this shift in the political power fueled tension, animosity, and competition between the two nations. And we face this time and this situation in the present time also, because the time and again Pakistan also attacking on us, and we answer them back. And which is reflected in the strained relationships seen in the final solution as I remembered, my great grandparents was the eyewitness of the partition era, and my great grandfather was used to tell me that at that time era, my friend was transferred to the Pakistan, and I was stayed there, and I still miss him, and he time and again tell us that the financial condition of that time and the of our home, that's not that much balanced, because that at that time no one find that much economically stable of the time era. And after that, which reflected in the strained relationship in the scene in final solutions also, like our lifestyle and our great grandparents also. The play indirectly addresses the long lasting impact of the partition on Indo-Pakistan relations, where political and religious and divisions continue to the shape the complex and interaction between two countries, fostering hostility and mistrust. And to conclude my presentation, the partition of India has a lasting political, social, and economical impacts, deeply affecting personal identities, which we discussed, and family dynamics also, and community ties. In final solution, these consequences are reflected through the characters like Hardika, which is the also Daksha, whose experiences echo the trauma, division, and enduring tensions caused by the partition. And the play underscores how political upheaval reshaped Indo-Pakistan relationship, economic landscapes, and personal lives, leaving a legacy of conflicts between conflict, mistrust, and displacement between the two countries. These are my references, and thank you. If you have any question, feel free to ask.
Hiral, my question is for you. What are the economic consequences of the partition portrayed in the final solution?
So, as I mentioned, my great grandparents' experience, and in the final solution, the same condition we found that the in the all the fight between the two communities, it's affected the income sources of the that time of communities. So we found that in the real lifetime era, and in short, we can found that whenever the two countries war will be happened, then all the small vendors and all the persons who lives there, the in short we can say the local public will more affected than the rich people. So that is.
So Hiral, my question is, could you provide more examples which explore the theme of the partition of India?
So, in the literature, we found that the some of that Train to Pakistan, you if you might have read, and it's very prominent and the famous work, and also the Midnight Children and Panjar by Amrita Pritam, and in the movie we found that in Bhag Milkha Bhag, in Gadar, and Manto, which is based on the Veer Savarkar's lifestyle, and in that we easily found that what is going on between the political time era, politicians and the localite public. So we found clearly that what is the situation between the political figure and the local publics. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. Today I am going to give my presentation on critics of Radhakrishnan's Hinduism. This is about me. So my research question is that how did Radhakrishnan's focus on Advaita Vedanta influence global perceptions of Hinduism and what are key critics of his approach. And hypothesis for this presentation is Radhakrishnan's emphasis on Advaita Vedanta shaped Hinduism's image as a philosophical tradition but overlooked the diversity of Hindu practices, leading to critics from both traditional and scholarly perspectives. Before we start that, let me introduce with Radhakrishnan. Everyone knows who Radhakrishnan is. He was born on September 5th, 1888 in Tamil Nadu, India. He grew up in a modest family. Family was a school headmaster. He did his master's degree in philosophy from the University of Madras, renowned as a lecturer promoting education and cultural pride. He contributed to the Indian independence movement through writing and lectures, represented India at UNESCO, emphasizing international understanding. As we know that he also served as a president, as a first vice president in India and the second president of India. He advocated for integrating philosophy into education and governance. Philosophy, his philosophy in action. He believed that philosophy should address real life challenges, inspiring generation of students and leaders. Before we start with criticizing the Radhakrishnan's Hinduism, I wanted to ask that when you think about Hinduism, what picture or something that comes to your mind? So please remember that. So according to Radhakrishnan sought to present Hinduism as a universal, rational philosophy relevant to the modern world and compatible with science and reason. That he used to believe that Hinduism is only one thought. He thought that Hinduism has the flexibility that in Hinduism everything can be acceptable. But we know that that's not the thing, that we can't accept anything in our Hinduism that easily. Then another idea was an ethical framework. He emphasized value like dharma, ahimsa, and tolerance, promoting universal moral principles. Dharma, he said that what people do a good thing, that is dharma, but we know that dharma isn't that. Now we have another meaning of dharma, that dharma is related to God or goddesses. When it comes to ahimsa, that he believed that Hinduism is all about ahimsa, and that's also not true. We can see in a contemporary time that if we are or someone is getting violated because of mentioning religious or Hinduism, there will be a violence will be happen. We have seen so many cases in our Gujarat also that people are killing peoples because of their religions and all. Then and tolerance, that we will tolerate anything which happen in Hinduism, and that's also not true, that we will never do that. Like in many temples we have seen that women are not allowed to go to that even if someone tried, then there will be a very big backlash. So we know that we Hinduism doesn't tolerate this. Then Advaita Vedanta, which means non-dualism, that the thought of only one. It focused on non-dualism as a core belief, advocating the oneness of all existence to foster unity and harmony. So how he overemphasized on Advaita Vedanta, and he did that only Advaita Vedanta is the main point in the Hinduism. The main issue was that Radhakrishnan emphasized Advaita Vedanta as the essence of Hinduism, suggesting non-dualism as its core. That Advaita Vedanta is the all core of the Hinduism. But the critics like Wilhelm Halpas argues that this focus on Advaita marginalized the other paths, such as bhakti. That we know, like even if we take our example, we know that we don't belong to Advaita Vedanta. We are belong to bhakti, or bhakti means like we worship the god or goddesses particularly. Some of us, maybe we can find that someone who follows the Advaita Vedanta, but mostly they follows Bhakti tradition. The path of love and personal devotion, crucial for traditions like the Krishna and Ram worship. Then Tantra and Karma Yoga emphasize rituals and action evident in the spiritual practices of many Hindu communities. So Radhakrishnan did that. He only represent Advaita Vedanta when there are so many things like Bhakti, Tantra. We know that Tantra is everywhere. Like even if we are traveling in the government bus, there will be a poster. If you have any problem, contact me. So and there will be religious, like the person who is a tantric is Muslim, and there will be a name of goddess that whichever goddess it will be name, that will be there. Then Advaita Vedanta as the culmination of Indian thought, noting how this perspective overshadows other equally valid philosophical systems like the Dvaita and Vishishdvaita. Dvaita means dualism. Creates a hierarchy where non-dualistic interpretation is seen as the more advanced. That it created hierarchy that Advaita Vedanta is the best, and then Dvaita and Vishishdvaita and others are down than that. Then potentially misinterpreted presents the historical development of Hindu thoughts. Then simplifications for Western audience. He simplified the Hinduism for others. The issue was that Radhakrishnan presented Hinduism to fit Western ideas of spirituality and rationalism, aligning it with Western philosophical norms. That he wanted to look what other preferred. He didn't presented what it is. He presented what they wanted. Richard King, in his book Orientalism and Religion, examines how Radhakrishnan's presentation on Hinduism was heavily influenced by Neo-Vedantic interpretations. His works reflects the King calls the Protestant presuppositions, the tendency to prioritize philosophical doctrine over ritual practices. The emphasis on rationality and universalism was partly a response to colonial critics of Hinduism. For example, Radhakrishnan minimized the role of mythology, ritual, and symbols, key elements in traditions like Durga Puja, Ganesh Chaturthi, which are central of Hindu worship, yet less aligned with Western spirituality. That he didn't tell them that. So even if we are teaching someone, then we will say that this is the concept. They will know. We tell them about the concept, but we don't tell them that what is in the behind that. We have these festivals. He didn't presented the festivals, the real Hindu culture. The festivities are our culture. Then rituals, then mythology, and then Hindu worshipping. The neglect of the ritual and deities. The main issue was that Radhakrishnan's philosophical approach often overlooked essential aspects of Hinduism, such as rituals, daily practices that foster spiritual connection and community, deities, the rich pantheon of god and goddesses, central to Hindu devotion and cultural identity. We do daily like puja of gods, and every Hindu, most of the time they do that. He didn't mention in that. Then Halfbas notes that Radhakrishnan's philosophical focus led to an undervaluation of popular religious practices. His interpretation tended to spiritualize concrete religious element into abstract principles. Radhakrishnan reinterpreted Hindu idol worship as a symbolic of divine focus, emphasizing spiritual abstractions over the ritual's cultural significance, reflecting Halfbas's critique of his spiritualization of religious practices. Criticism for Orthodox and traditional circle. So Radhakrishnan's Hinduism also got criticized from Orthodox and traditional circles. So Orthodox Hindus, including critics like Swami Prabhupada, who is the founder of ISKCON, argued that Radhakrishnan's view were overly reformist and diluted Hinduism's distinct religious identity by leaning toward a secular philosophical framework. The key issue with that was that they believed his vision of Hinduism as a universal philosophy, minimalized vital aspects of Hindu faith, rituals, and deities. For example, as I said, that Swami Prabhupada he is focused on bhakti devotion. As we know that ISKCON temples worships the Lord Krishna, viewing Radha Krishnan's approach as a downplaying the importance of personal deities, rituals, and devotional acts central to Hindu life, as seen in movements like ISKCON's emphasis on Krishna worship. As we know that, like, if one of us or no, don't know that we used to talk with a photograph of God or the idol of God. So that is what Swami Prabhupada says, that is also in Hinduism, that we do talk with idols and photographs of gods and goddesses. Then even after being criticized by so many, there is still influence of Radhakrishna's Hinduism, influence on Indian thought. Radhakrishnan shaped post-colonial Indian identity and intellectual discourse, inspiring leaders like Jawaharlal Nehru in developing a secular, inclusive national ethos. Impact on comparative religion. He advanced global dialogue on spirituality and comparative religion, influencing scholars like Huston Smith, who praised Radhakrishnan's interpretation for bridging Eastern and Western philosophies, enduring relevance. Despite critics from figures like Swami Prabhupada, who felt his vision secularized Hinduism, Radhakrishnan's work remains a cornerstone in academic and global understanding of Hinduism, evident in university courses and interfaith discussions today. In conclusion, I would like to say that Radhakrishnan's interpretation of Hinduism was groundbreaking, offering a modern rational framework that made the tradition more accessible to the global audience. However, his emphasis on the Advaita Vedanta and a more secular view of Hinduism resulted in a narrower portrayal, often overlooking the richness of other paths like Bhakti, Tantra, and the cultural aspect of rituals. Despite these critics, Radhakrishnan's legacy endures, continuing to shape both academic and spiritual discourse. His work serves as a reminder of Hinduism's complexity, encouraging a deeper exploration of its diverse philosophical, devotional, and cultural traditions. I would like to end my presentation with the quote of Radhakrishnan, which is like, Hinduism is not just a faith. It is the union of reason and intuition that cannot be defined but is only to be experienced. Evil and error are not ultimate. There is no hell, for that means there is a place where God is not, and there are sins that exist His love. These are my references. Thank you. If now anyone have a question, you can ask me.
So JAYSHRI, my question is, what would you say to Radhakrishnan about his views on Hinduism as a universal philosophy and his emphasis on Advaita Vedanta?
If Radhakrishnan was standing in front of me, I would like to ask him that on what basis he represented our Hinduism. Like, it's not that he decided to show the goody things. So I would like to tell him that tell something that sachu che, saru lage une sachu che. That's what I wanted to. If Radhakrishnan would be here. Anyone else?
So JAYSHRI, my question is for you that just as Advaita Vedanta contrasts with the other schools of Indian philosophy, are there any religious philosophies from outside India that also contrast with the Advaita Vedanta?
Yes, there are like many religious philosophies like Islam, then Judaism, Buddhism, then Christianity, as well as which are contrast with Advaita Vedanta. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am KAVITA and third day of presentation. I am dealing with the topic Shadow of Power, exploring the color symbolism in Midnight Children. It's my academic information. It's a point to ponder in during my presentation I am discussing. And let's start presentation with introduction. Salman Rushdie's Midnight Children use color to show important idea about the Indian history and culture. Color is like a blue, green, saffron, black, and white are not just for decoration. They are represent a different feeling, challenge, and hope to for the future. Those color help to understand the story of India as a country and character as an individual, showing how their identity are connecting to the nation's struggle and growth. Through these through these colors, Rushdie help us see as a deeper meaning behind the history and challenging of post-colonial India. About the novel Midnight Children. Midnight Children, allegorical novel by Salman Rushdie, published in 1980. It is the historical chronicle of modern India, centered inextricably linked fed our true children who were born within the first hour of independence from great. It's intervened magical realism with a historical narrative to tell the story of Salim Sen, who is born at the exact moment of India's independence on 5th August 1947. This birth grant him telepathy power and connect him to other children born during the fateful hour. Its process unique ability. The novel explores the theme of identity, nationhood, and cultural hybridity, mirroring India's post-colonial struggle and transitions through rich symbolism and intricate narrative. Rushdie's dwell into the how personal and collective histories shape individual and nation's destiny. About a novelist, Salman Rushdie was born 19 June 19 1947 in Bombay, and now is live. Occupy writer and professor. He was a writer. Genre is like magical realism, satire, and post-colonialism. Subject of historical critic, travel and writing. He is Indian-born British American novelist. His work often combine magic, realism with historical fiction, and primarily deal with connection, disruption, and migration between the Eastern and Western civilization. Typically set on the India subcontinent, Rushdie's second novel, Midnight Children, won the Nobel Prize in 1981 and was named by to the best novel of all winners on two occasions, marking at the 25th and 14th anniversary of the prize. The key color in the novel would symbolize as like a signification in the novel, starting with the color red. The color red as a symbol of revolution, conflict, and passion. It associates with blood and destruction, and also with healing. We first encounter color in the novel Midnight Children is when Dr. Aziz returned to the Kashmir and his nose was bloody. Second is like Jesus and glorification as a recurrently mentioned in the novel, so that resolvation role of blood and red imply. Red is also use the color of anger. When Nadir Khan, assistant of the main Abdullah's manager to flee, the military officer to change the operation of Furious. That time, awesome range of Major Julfe, when he found the bird had flown, this was the color she was, he so red. Second was the green color and saffron. In the novel Midnight Children, green and saffron color as like Indian flag initially represent the joy of the independence. Green represent the fertility, hope, and religious significance. The colors saffron and green are mentioned in the novel reflect obviously in the Indian flag. Independence India and evoke when the birth of the midnight children and nation is described. And shift of oppression, under the Indira Gandhi's regime, green and black replace saffron, signify the death and loss of hope. Green as the use of like green chutney symbolize the perceiving of the history and memory. Key of Salim's narrative metaphor, the chutnification of history is signify the blending fact and personal memory into the cohesive story. The grand hope of the pickling of the time. Second, the color of white and black. Black as a symbol of purity and innocence, and its constructing use of symbolize the empathy, and black as the use of mystery, source, and oppression. The representation of traditionally symbolize the purity. White in the novel often signify disease and national decay. Example like the Rani of Kohu and Nahin's released Blochi scheme symbolize the sixth start of the nation's post-independent contract. White also embodies the hope of freedom, but underscore the political and social conflict. Symbol of darkness as the black color reflect the dark period in the India history, particularly during the emergency, because of the before the independence of India, that power of colonizer and that ruling the India, and the period is known as like a dark period, and after the period is showing the brightness. Example, the emergency had a black part as well as white. Indicate the corruption and suppression. Imagery of a desperation. Green and black are associated with Indira Gandhi. Dictatorship symbolizing a deconstruction and the death of idea. Black occur occasionally in the novel. Later, emergency is associated with black and white. Emergency had a black part as well white. Here both black and white have navigated the associations. The corruption of the Congress is clear, it black and white. The color blue. The blue is the cultural fusion. Blue symbolizes the margin of east and west. See in Dr. Aziz's Kashmir sky, blue eyes and colonial influence. Example, blue as a racial equilibrium found in the eyes of both India and Englishmen, religion under stones. Blue represent religious figure like Krishna, Jesus, serving as the bridge between the faith. As like Indian people are believe in like God Krishna, and like a Western and Christian was belief was Jesus. Cultural signification of a color. In Midnight Children, color like green or red and white hold deep cultural signification, shaping the character identity and reflecting the India's complex cultural landscape. Green symbolize the spirituality and Salim's Muslim heritage. Red represent the passion and political conflict, and white evoke the laws of Western culture and introspection through this color. Rushdie highlight the device India identity and tension within the post-colonial India. And the cultural signification is like color is a various foundation like religious landscape and the cultural landscape versus like religious as like religious represent like color green as like Salim as he was belong to the Muslim community and has the flag and other thing related to green color. And conclusion, the color in Midnight Children, blue, red, green, and saffron and black act as a power symbol as reflecting the India's complex history and cultural identity. Rushdie's use of color imagery enrich the narrative, illustrating the intersection of personal and national struggle and painting the vivid portray the post-colonial India. It's my references, and thank you. If you have any question, feel free to ask.
So, Kavita, my question is that how does the color saffron in Midnight Children resonate with modern ideas, political identity, particularly regarding the rise of Hindu nationalism?
Okay. The color of saffron in Midnight Children resonate with modern Indian political identity, particularly regarding the rise of Hinduism. Color of saffron is the represent is like hope and religious things, but in the show and the is like Hindu nationalism and political identity is when use color saffron when you are in the political scenario. There's like religious thing, but some film like use is like a Padmavat and cloth you're wearing a saffron and was she was in a very difficult situation because of Hindu people was always the connected thing with is religion and nationalist things.
So, Kavita, my question is for you that can the generational struggles in Midnight Children be seen in any modern times?
Yes. The generational struggle in Midnight Children based in modern film like Lunchbox and other film Lunchbox film was in 2013. It was a character of the protagonist who was struggle his personal life, and he was go to the her future bride for the Mumbai, and he was struggle and he for more acceptation ambition and he was and other thing in the traditional view was people who was traditionally think and they are traditional people to hold that place, and younger generation was take risk and go to the current world and so face many problems. And this like in Midnight Children is the character like Salim and other character who are suffering many situation in the war journey. So this is from my side, and thank you.
Hello everyone, myself Maya Bhatia. Today is my presentation on Niraj Chaudhary as a prose writer. This is my personal information about Niraj Chaudhary. Niraj full name was Niraj Chandra Chaudhary, born 23 November 1897, East Bengal, British India. Died 1st August 1999, Oxfordshire, England. A Bengali author and scholar who was opposed to the withdrawal of British colonial rule from the Indian subcontinent and the subsequent rejection of Western culture in independent India. He dedicated his first book, the Biography of an Unknown India, published 1951, to the memory of the British Empire. He strongly believed that all that was good and living within us was made, shaped, and quickened by the same British rule. Style of writing. Chaudhary considered the Bengal Renaissance the high point of Anglo-Bengali encounters. His English side emphasized steeping oneself deeply in contemporary English and European letters. His Bengali side showed a certain hubris and pride in the acquisition of accidental knowledge and its articulatory expression in modernist literature. In one of his last pieces of writing in Bengali, Chaudhary says, I always introduce myself as a Bengali Hindu or a Hindu Bengali, not as an Indian. The thought of Niraj Chaudhary. In the year 1951, two very different autobiographies appeared in English. The first was Autobiography of an Unknown India, written by the Indian who is the subject of this book. The second was entitled Speak, Memory, and was written by the Russian author Vladimir Nabokov. It is unlikely that either writer knew of the other at the time. When Chaudhary finally visited England for the first time, at the age of 57, a child playing in the street tells him he is from Africa. A great deal has been written about Niraj Chaudhary. As a consequence, it should be stressed at the outset that this book is neither a celebration of Chaudhary nor a condemnation of him. The Autobiography of an Unknown in India, published in 1951. His first monumental book, the Autobiography of an Unknown India, brought Niraj Chaudhary to instant fame. The book is dedicated to the memory of the British Empire, which conquered subjecthood on us but without citizenship, to which yet every one of us throughout the challenge. The book described the conditions in which India grew to manhood in the early decades of the 20th century. Thought it is supposed to be an autobiography, the book turns out to be less of the personal story and more of national history. Divided into four books. The first book, Yearly Environment, deals with the impressions formed in Chaudhary's boyhood days of his birthplace, Kesharam, his ancestral village, his mother's village, and England, as gleaned from book and picture that he come across. Prose writing in English. Chaudhary is the product of the Indian Renaissance, which started with the impact of the West on Indian intellectual early in the 19th century. Further, he belonged to the tradition of prose writing in English in India that can be traced back to Raja Ram Mohan Rai. A soft-spoken, elegant and gentleman who epitomized the spirit of the place directed me to the house where Chaudhary lived. The lawn was neatly trimmed. That winter morning, a serene atmosphere prevailed over the place. Conclusion. An astonishing work of self-discovery. Nirad Chaudhary's The Autobiography unfolded chronologically. The personal history of a young man of scholarly taste and temperament by linking the account of his personal life to the evaluation of Indian history. The narrative remains a fascination account of British imperialism and its impact on the Indian society and culture. The autobiography remains a documentary evidence of the Anglophile Chaudhary's passionate relationship with England and the British Empire. This is references. Now you can ask me question.
So Maya, as you talk about Nirad Chaudhary, can you tell me that what are the notable features of Chaudhary's prose style?
Chaudhary's prose is intellectual and richer details and often philosophical and
My question is, how does the Chaudhary's view British colonialism in the autobiography of the Unknown India?
and autobiography of Unknown India, Chaudhary's critique British colonialism in impact on India and
That's it.
so thank you.
We did not have him on my many mistakes, not just in integrity, but also pronunciation errors. Both parties.
Hello everyone, my name is Nanda Chavda and today's my topic name is Side of the Marginalized, a study of untouchability in one eye. This is my academic information, table of content which I am going to discuss in my presentation. First, let us start with introduction. Untouchability, a deeply entrenched social practice rooted in the caste system, continues to marginalize and oppress millions of people in India. In her poem One-Eyed, Meena Kandaswamy powerfully captures the suffering and struggle faced by the Dalits, shedding light on the pervasive violence and discriminations they endure. My research question is, how does Meena Kandaswamy's poem One-Eyed portray untouchability, and what insight does it offer about caste discriminations and marginalized identities in India? Now, let's start with about the Meena Kandaswamy. Meena Kandaswamy is a Chennai-based contemporary poet, fiction writer, translator, and activist. She articulates the voices of her own community, her own country, to which her forefathers belonged at a given point of time or history. She tries to recreate the lives of her community, and native to her marks her voice heard in the dominant discourse. She finds herself marginalized on the psychological level and suffers from split self. She presents herself as a Dalit woman writer and retells the Tamil myths by feminist and anti-caste perspective. Now, see about the one-night poem was published in Miss Militancy. The poem talks about the one girl who is small, and this girl who feels very thirsty touches the pot and drank a glass of water from the pot, quench her thirst with her clumsy hand. The learned teacher in the school slapped one little girl's cheeks, especially for breaking the rules. The concept of untouchability is practiced mainly against the lower caste as well as lower section people. They are the worst sufferers. In One-Eyed poem, in short, highlights the various atrocities committed against the Dalit woman. Now, the concept of untouchability, as they do not have the political and economical power to fight against the upper class people's supremacy, they mutely accept the subjugations. They do not have the voice to express their conditions and portray themselves before the world. Even intimate objects surrounding her feel pitied condition of birth. The pot sees just another noisy child. The glass sees an eager and clumsy hand. The water sees parched throat, slacking thrust. Dhanam sees a bird torn in half. Her left eye lid open, but light slept away. The price for taste of water, taste of the touchable water. Here the Meena Kandaswamy got while an interview with
do not enter the temple and not take water source from that place. In 1930, he made a historical procession of approximately 15,000 Dalits to Kalaram temple and symbolizing their right to claim to worship. Furthermore, Ambedkar negotiated with Mahatma Gandhi in 1930 resulted in the Food Act, which established equal political representation for Dalits from the depressed classes.
Now, see in untouchability in mythical character, we know the both character Karna and Eklavya. Karna is character from Mahabharata and also Eklavya character of Mahabharata. Here the who describe here the describe of both character are marginalized character, and he known as here Karna, he is known as the son of Sutta, and because of his low caste identity, he was insulted many times, and he also facing trouble when he went education because of idea of untouchability. And also in Eklavya, son of Hiranyadhanus, who was the king of the forest there, and also he communicated in lower caste. So this incident was happened to because of untouchability. Now, see in untouchability in Bollywood movies, we know the Article 15 movies in movies directed by Anubhav Sinha. These movies tells in caste-based discrimination and violence, rural India. Here, the main protagonist Ayan and his role played by Ayushmann Khurrana. And this movie, this contemporary time also villages, we see the discrimination and social injustice. While in also movie while Ayan go to this village and is faced to how the people treat them. And in the movie, understand he understand he treated while he going to visit the village because of he get the job that place, and that time he understand how to he treated with this village people. Also in some movies directed by Neeraj, and it follows life of Deepak as a young man from the Doom community in Varanasi who works at a cremation ground. The film portrays his struggle to escape caste limitations and his dreams of a life beyond societal boundaries. Through Deepak's here relationship with a girl higher caste and Masan blending Masan brings out the impact of untouchability and caste prejudice in shaping individual aspirations and relationships. This both film are in Bollywood movies in describe the untouchability. Now, another ideas of untouchability in literary texts, we know about this the novel by Arundhati Roy, The God of Small Things. In the main theme of the novel critics caste and social discrimination in Kerala, and focusing on the forbidden love between Amu and Shriyan, Christian, and Valutha, lower caste men. So here the Amu and Valutha, Amu is a very rich girl, but Valutha is lower caste man. Now the another Karuka by Bama. It's a Karuka is the in here the theme an autobiographical work about the Dalit woman's life in Tamil Nadu, exploring the here caste discrimination within the family and the church. In impact, critics institutionalized casteism, showing how untouchability is entrenched in both religion and social contexts, and highlighting the intersection of caste and gender oppression. Now, we saw the critics' review about Veena Kandaswamy. Here, V.P. Rathi notes that Kandaswamy's poem critics says the narrative about Dalit's mainstream society
urging readers to confront caste-based violence and its persistent effects. And another, Gay Ombed, renowned scholar, social activist, emphasizing the transformative role of Dalit literature in advancing social change. Here, she emphasized the role of Dalit literature in promoting social change, suggesting the Kandaswami's works is an essential part of the larger discourse on social justice and the Dalit movement. Now, last in the conclusion, Meena Kandaswami's one-eyed stand as a powerful critic of untouchability and caste-based violence in India. Through this poem, Kandaswamy not only exposed the personal collective suffering of Dalits, but also urges rethinking the social structure that perpetuated discrimination. The work challenges the dominant narrative that sanitizes the harsh reality of untouchability, making it an essential contribution to Dalit literature and the larger discourse of social injustice. This is my work cited. Thank you. If you have any question.
My question is to what extent does both eyes suggest that change is achievable within the existing socio-cultural framework, or does it depend a racial ritual?
Radical? Over.
Or
Now here, one-eyed poem which is strongly criticized by the societal injustice, and so here Meena Kandaswamy within the achievable within existing social culture framework, it's demanded to think that he offers to help offers to make people to how to and to make people face to struggle while marginalized people while struggle and see the in this poem to so just offer that people with which is marginal people which has treated to like good behavior. Just
My question is, what literary devices does Meena Kandaswamy use in the poem?
Meena Kandaswamy used in the poem diction, irony, imaginary, symbolism, etc.
Nanda, you have to check your Google Classroom. You have not uploaded the full presentation. Only 8 slides I can send it. Yeah, okay. So as soon as possible, you have to upload. So I can marking.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Today I am going to deal with the topic character dualities in Midnight Children, Salim and Shiv. This is my personal information. This is table of content. I'm going to deal with author's introduction. I will not take more time of yours because it has been discussed. Many of them have discussed this. So let's continue with the next slide. Birth and identity. Salim and Shiv are born at the stroke of midnight on August 15, 1947, which marks the moment of India's Independence Day. So this is a twist which occurs when they are switched at the time of birth by the by Mary Pereira, which is leading to a life of a privilege for Salim and poverty for Shiva. So this switching of their birth symbolizes the arbitrary nature of identity and fate in a newly independent nation, where one's social standing can change the life experiences. So yes, contrasting personalities, where Salim and Shiv both are contradiction characters. Like Salim represents hope and unity, where he is introspective and trying to connect with others through his through his telepathy ability, with which he was able to communicate with others without knowing someone's thought or ideas. So his character is express the potential for collective healing in the post-colonial India. Shiv, he represents the aggressiveness and survival instincts, where he has been shaped by violence and hardship, where he was born at that time. He lives with the poverty, so he becomes a war hero, and his character illustrates the darker realities which is being faced by many in the society. Symbolism of their powers. Salim's power, where telepathy leads the abilities which symbolize the connection and storytelling. So this power allows him to communicate with other midnight children, which reflects his role as a unifier among them. So his gift by birth represents the telepathy potential for collective identity and shared history in post-colonial India, which also emphasize how personal narratives are being twisted with the national destiny. As noted, Salim's telepathy serves as a conduit for the collective memory of the nation. Shiva's power, as he was physically strong and intellectually weak. So, and he was also having combat skills. So Shiv often referred to as Shiv of knees, which express the aggression and destruction. So this power, physical strength, symbolize the violent realities of survival and conflict in a post-colonial context. So Shiva's character illustrates the dark aspects of India's history, where strength and battle becomes necessary for survival. So he represents the aggressive force that is being contradict with Salim's more hopeful perspective on unity and cooperation. Yes, conflict and resolution, which is a rival conflict between Salim and Shiv, which intensifies that they grow older, which also culminates in a confrontation that encapsulates their opposing worldviews where Salim's idealism clashes with Shiva's pragmatism. So while Salim tries to unite with the Midnight Children under a banner of hope, where Shiva expresses the harsh truth realities of existence that often lead to division rather than unity. So this conflict serves as a macrocosm for India's own struggles with identity post-independence, which caught between the dreams of progress and the realities of social strife. Salim and Shiv. Yes, themes of duality. Individual versus collective identity. Where Salim plays a narrative intertwines with personal memories with national history, which reflects the struggle for identity in a diverse nation where we can say that when the Salim and she was born at that time, from there that time only they were like facing this kind of identity problems. So reach versus fall. The contrast between Salim's privileged background, where he grows in the privilege means in a wealthy background, and Shiva is embarrassed with upbringing. It symbolizes the broader societal divides in India. And hope versus despair, where the characters express the conflicting responses to India's challenges, where Salim represents hope for unity, while Shiva reflects the darker aspects of survival. As we can see in the movie that when Salim tries to gather the Midnight Children to tell his dreams to them, but whereas we can see that Shiva is not unhappy, that he doesn't like unity, he likes individuality. So this is theme of duality in Salim and Shiva. So now I would like to conclude my presentation. We can say that Salim and Shiv relationship is not merely one of opposition, but it reflects a deeper interdependence, where their lives are twisted in such a way that each character influences the other's journey. So the prophecy that which predicts their birth suggests that they are two sides of the same coin, which represents both the potential for greatness and the capacity for destruction within the newly independent India. So through their duality, Salman Rushdie explores how personal identities are shaped by larger historical forces, which emphasizes that the understanding of oneself often also requires the grappling with both light and the both good and evil aspects of the existence. These are my references. Thank you. Now you feel free to ask questions.
In what ways do the differing upbringings of Salim and Shiva influence the development of their constructing characters in Midnight Children?
Yes, Nanda. The differing upbringings of Salim and Shiv in this novel, we can see that how Salim and Shiv is treated, and how they Salim's Salim's life ends with the wealthiness, and how Shiv's life ends with the slums. So it also influenced the development contrast with the backgrounds they were grown. So this is the contrast characters in Midnight Children we can see in this. Next, please.
Yes, so my question is,
Yes.
then the difference in Salim's and Shiva's abilities, telepathy versus physical strength, be seen as symbolic of intellectual versus brute power in shaping history.
Yes, Maya. As we know that Salim was born with the ability with telepathy, where he was able to communicate with others without knowing their thoughts or ideas, and uh, she where in this way Salim was able to connect himself with the a major larger extent to the extent of the children, and whereas Salim she is having a physical strength by born, so he is a symbolic of brute power, which where he leads the large extent of people to brute power. So in this way, we can say that the physical strength and telepathy has been seen as a symbolic of intellectual versus brute power in shaping this in the post-colonial India. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Today I present Salman Rushdi's blending of history and fiction. This is my personality table of content. Introduction. Salman Rushdie stands as one of the most innovative voice in contemporary literature, renowned for his ability to blend history and fiction seamlessly. By remaining historical episodes, Rushdie subverts official narratives and offer alternate interpretations that emphasize subjective and fragments nature to memory and identity. His works, such as Midnight Children, Shramps, and the Satanic Words, do not merely recount historical events but interrogate their construction, questioning who get to tell history and how it shapes collective consciousness. Through these inventive narrative, Rushdie's critique colonial legacies, political ideologies, and social norms, pushing readers to rethink their understanding of truth and history. Theoretical framework. Postcolonial theory underpins Rushdie's works as he reconstructs history to challenge colonial narratives. Edwards said concept to the multiple truths resonated with Rushdie's approach, wherein history is retold from marginalized perspective. From instance, Rushdie's reinterpretations for the British colonial periods. In Indian Questions, the glorified accounts of the British Raj, presenting it instead as a time of exploitations and unreal. His works show that historical narratives are often incomplete and based. Midnight Children, 1981. In Midnight Children, personal and national history intervene through Salim Sinai's, whose birth consisted with Indian independence. Neil Tan Courtner described how Salim's become a metaphor for India, with his fragment identity reflecting the fractured reality of post-independence India. Real events like the emergency are depicted as act to battle against the nation's ideal. For example, Indira Gandhi's sterilizations campaign is a fictionalized, illustrating the personal and collective trauma of the period. Historical elements in Shrem 1983. Shrem allegorical represented Pakistan political history, focusing on the Bhutto and Zain dynasties. Rushdie's fictionalized figures like Zulfikar Ali Bhutto and General Zia ul Haq, renaming their Raza Haidar and Iskandar Harappa. According to Dr. Prabha Parmar, Rushdie's Shrem serves as an allegorical representations of Pakistan political landscapes. Practically focus on the Bhutto and Zai families, the novel remaining historical figures through fictional counterpart with Zulfikar Ali Bhutto become Iskandar Harappa and General Zai ul Haq. Transform it into Raza Haidar, as Parmar observed. Rushdie employs this allegorical framework to examine the border theme of authoritarianism and cyclical political instability in Pakistan history. A key element of the novel critique is its portrayal of Shrems as a collective culture force that both enables political tyranny and ideas to personal destruction. Thus, Satanic was remaining religion's history through dreams, sequences, and the later narrative blending history with mythology. Homi Baba, describing the novel as the hybrid text, juxtaposing contemporary London with historical Arabia, questioning the rigidity of religions and historical interpretations. Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak emphasized the novel's roles deconstruction, dominant narrative, and exposing power dynamics in storytelling. For example, the Mahund storyline remaining the original and religious dogma, inviting debates on faith, history, and their intersections. Additionally, Gabriel's Ferista's visions explore themes of exile and dislocated and immigrant community. Impact on historical fictions. Rushdie has inspired contemporary writers like Arundhati Roy and Mohsin Hamid, who similarly blend history with fictional. Johnny P. Sharp notes that Rushdie's approach has redefined historical fictions, particularly in post-colonial context. For instance, Roy's The God of Small Things explore the intersections of history and personal trauma in post-colonial India, mirroring Rushdie's narrative techniques. His works have opened new possibilities for narrative history, blending personal and political elements to deepen our understanding of post-colonial experience. Narrative technique. Rushdie used the unreliable narrators, non-linear timelines, and magical realism mirrors the subjective nature of memory and history. For example, in Midnight Children, Salim's versions to events often contradict established historical events, highlighting how memory reshaped truth. As M. Keith Booker argues, such techniques emphasize the fragments of fluid nature of both identity and history, allowing reader to question traditional narratives. Critical receptions. According to Sinai's, Rushdie's literary works have generated to polarized response within the literary community. In particular, critique Aizaz Ahmad take issues with Rushdie's treatment of the emergency periods in Midnight Children, arguing that the novel oversimplifies the intricate political dynamic of the time. However, as seen is not many other critics praise Rushdie's talents for making historical events more personally relatable. His portrayal of the emergency, while debate for this historical prison has found resonance among readers who lived through that periods and experienced with traumatical impact. This contrasting critical perspective, as analyzed by Sinais, demonstrate Rushdie's positions as a contentious yet influential figure to contemporary literature. Conclusion: Salman Rushdie's blend of history and fictional has refined the boundaries to post-colonial literature, craving a unique space for a narrative that challenges conventional historiography. His works compel readers to view history as a multifaceted construct shaped by memory, power, and culture context. By using techniques like unreliable narrations, non-linear storytelling, and magical realism, Rushdie not only dominates historical narrative but also celebrated the complexity of cultural identities. His influence extends beyond literature, inspiring writers like Arundhati Roy and Mohan Singh Hamid to adopt a similar approach in their works. Rushdie's legacy lies in his ability to provoke critical discourage, offering nonsense explorations of the past while imagining alternate for the futures, making his contributions to historical fictions both groundbreaking and enduring. This is my reference. Thank you. If anyone has a question, to feel free to ask.
My question is, what is the significance of Salman Rushdie's blending history and fiction?
Salman Rushdie's blending history and fiction challenges historical narrative and highlight how historical facts on marginalized view on emerged.
Vishwa, my question is, how does magical realism function in Rushdie's?
Magical realism in Rushdie's work, the blur line between reality and fantasy encourage reader and shaped by both fact and myth. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Yesrat Soda, and today I am making my presentation on Vedanta and the modern mind as Radhakrishnan's perspective on Vedanta. This is my personal information. First of all, let's discuss what is Vedanta. Vedanta is one of the 6 systems of darsans of Indian philosophy. The term Vedanta means the conclusion of the Vedas in Sanskrit. Whatever has been written in the Vedas, it was bound in the one word, that is Upanishad, and that is also called the Vedanta. So it is similar to the Upanishads. It is based on the Upanishads, which elaborate on the Vedic texts that, as we know, like 4 Vedas are there: Rig Veda, Samved, Atharvaved, So Vedanta focused on the philosophical reflection, also called Vedant Mimamsa, that is the reflection of Vedant. Uttar Mimamsa, which is the reflection on the latter part of the Vedas, the latter part which is written. Brahma Mimamsa, that is reflection of the Brahman, ultimate reality, or we can say it is a God. Now, Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, as we know, he was born in 5th September, Tamil Nadu. He is known for philosophy and education. He is also, in the previous discuss, he is the first vice president and second president of India. Advocation of the Vedanta and the Indian philosophy to the Western world. His birthday is celebrated as a Teacher's Day in India. Contribution, he has interpreted the Indian philosophy, especially Vedanta, for the Western world. Bridged the Indian spiritual tradition with the modern thought. Now, in the article, The Vedanta Philosophy and the Doctrine of Maya, he gives further argument about the Vedanta, the unknowability and knowability of the Brahman. How can we achieve God? How can we know the God? That he gives further arguments. Vedanta highlights the limitation of the human intellect in the fully grasping the Brahman. Now, as we in the class we have also discussed, we have the 5 senses. And through 5 senses, we cannot achieve the God. We cannot know the God. The Upanishads portray the Brahman as the beyond sensory and mental perception. It cannot be known by the sensory, sensory perceptions. Intuitive immediate knowledge is emphasized for the realizing Brahman, as shown is the story of Bhava and Vasikali. In the article, he has presented the mythical story of Bhava and Vasikali. It is like the Arjuna and Krishna's dialogue. The Vasikalin asked the question to the Bhava, and he answered that what is God? How can we know the God? So that type of discussion is there. And he further says that the ultimate reality is silence. So when we go beyond our sensory, then and then we can understand the ultimate truth. Radhakrishnan interprets the Brahman as the particularly knowable through the human experience, not entirely unknown. He further points out his own argument that it is not like that only through the sensory sensory perception you cannot know. You can go to that step by the sensory this thing also. Next, he argues about the realistic concept of the universe of Vedanta. Vedanta uses the analogies like clay and pots to show the finite world as the Brahman's manifestation. He says that everything, it is the Maya. In the Vedanta also says that whatever we understand in this world is all Maya. Brahma is defined as the cause of universe origin, sustenance, and the dissolution. So whatever there is created is by God, and he is also ultimate the destructor of this world also. Radhakrishnan critiques that Sankara Vedantins is dismissing the creation of the lower knowledge, contrary to the Upanishad. Now, the Vedantins, that is Sankara's follower, they believe that there is lower knowledge and upper knowledge. Lower knowledge means whatever it is in the world. Then in the world, through sensory perception, when we try to find the God, that is the lower knowledge. And Radhakrishnan goes beyond that, and he says that we can go further by this sensory perception only. Then and then we can learn the God. Vedanta stresses the unity of the finite and the absolute, not their separation. He says that Maya and the world and the God, it is not different. They both are the same, and through the world, all the Mayas has been created. So he further argues in the article, the Vedanta philosophy and the doctrine of Maya. Further, he says through his modern mind, for modern interpretation of the Vedanta, he says that Vedanta's unity is finite and absolute, aligns the modern views and on interconnectedness, that everything is connected. Vedanta's emphasis on the intuitive knowledge challenges the traditional reason and impacts the epistemology. Like whatever the belief system was going on through about the India and Indian philosophy and Indian religion, he gives a new thought to that. Radhakrishnan view was the natural world as the manifestation of the Brahman. Through the nature, we can also manifest our God. The Vedanta contributes to the dissolutions of the discussions on the relationship between individual, society, and the environment. Through the individual, in every individual there is a God. That type of argument is given by the Radhakrishnan in the same article. Now, in the article, the ethics of the Vedanta, Radhakrishnan argues that what are the ethical principles of the man. Vedanta advocates the unselfish devotion to the humility rooted in the unity of the human race. Our prime focus on the world is to help other become more kind to the other. That is all the argument he gives. It calls the controlling the senses through the reason, not their destruction. We cannot go beyond our senses. So he says that we should not try to only control our senses, but we should understand that. Vedanta stresses the rational life and marked by unity, consistency, and moral duty. Our moral duty we have to understand, and we have to live our life by that. The Vedanta's perspective on the duty and action. What is duty of as a human being? Further, he argues Vedanta calls for action done without selfish motive. One should do the duties without any selfish motives. It recognizes the limitations of individual judgment and need for the ethical duties based on the societal roles. For as a student, the student's role is to study. As a teacher, role is to teach. So whatever the roles we have given in the society, that we have to play in the living in this world, and then we can achieve what is ultimate. Radhakrishnan argues that morality of Vedanta is based on the reason, not on the blind obedience, as we have as it was believed in the Western philosophy that it is all about the superstition. He says no, it is about the reason. So he argues in that way, aligning actions with the service and sacrifice. It is like he also says that Hinduism or whatever the philosophy of Indian philosophy, it is about the action, the karma. In the conclusion, we can say it is the nuanced understanding of the Vedanta that Radhakrishnan challenges and simplistic notion about the tradition. A relevance to the contemporary discourse, Vedanta offers a valuable insight for the modern intellectuals, spiritual and ethical debates, holistic worldview and ethics. In the JAYSHRI presentation, we can also say he tries to give it is as a universal, as a secular the philosophy. The Vedanta emphasizes interconnectedness and the robust ethical framework, balancing tradition and the modernity. Radhakrishnan demonstrates the new ancient thought can reform the present. In present, how can we apply the modern traditional thought? Interdisciplinary connections, Vedanta philosophy can enrich the discussions across the various fields. So I have taken the help of Claude AI to organize my content. And these slides I have taken from the slides book, and these are my references. So this is why for my side, now I am open for the queries.
Yes, my question is how does the Vedantic concept of Maya reconciles with the duality of the universal and the nature of Brahman as both immanent and transcendent?
In the Vedantic philosophy, it is believed it is whatever the created, the Maya, what we call all the world, what we see, the perceive or perception, it is all wrong. It is all only the Maya that we are attracted towards. But there is an ultimate truth that is given. There is an ultimate God that Radhakrishnan or Vedanta philosophy that argues that whatever we are living in this world, it is all Maya. But as we see that Radhakrishnan goes into the further knowledge that it is not like that. Only through the Vedanta or all this is not Maya. We can also live in this world and perform our duties. Then also we can also know the ultimate truth. So he further argues in that and gives his modern thought about the Vedanta, the Maya philosophy. Yes. Next question.
My question is, how does Vedanta's emphasis on unity and interconnectedness address issues in contemporary society, such as alienation or materialism?
In the Vedanta, it is like unity and interconnectedness. Radhakrishnan argues that it is not about the Indian philosophy. It is about the philosophy we can also apply globally. So he says that in the contemporary society, such as alienism and materialism is there. So one can perfume like all the, as we know, like we are divided by the nations and the states. So Radhakrishnan argues that it is not like that. We can also, like in the Western thought also, they can adapt the Indian philosophy. In the modern thought, we can also interpret the Vedas philosophy, and we can live our modern life according to that. As I also given the example of, like, as a student, what our duties we have to perform, as a teacher, what we have to do, as a son, what we have to do. So that type of modern questions or materialism, that type of answer we can also get through the Vedantic philosophy. Yes, that is from my side. Thank you.
We will first have Vishwa's presentation. She will be presenting for yesterday's paper. And then the final sentence.
Eighteen presidents.
Vishwa, a suggestion. Don't read everything. Right. Explain deeply.
Cultural studies.
Hello everyone, I present limitations of cultural studies. This is my personal information. Table of contents. Introduction to cultural study. Cultural study analyzed cultural phonemas to reveal how they reflect, reinforce or resist dominant ideologies. It seeks to understand cultural texts and practices not just aesthetically but for their social meaning examining how cultural shapes and is shaped by social power structures. Definition and implications. Importance of recognizing limitations. While valuable for critically social norms, cultural study can be overly theoretical and risking inaccessibility. Historical context of cultural studies. Cultural studies organized in World War II, British during the 1950 and 1960, a period marked by rapid social change, decolonization, and shift in class dynamic, emerging from the Birmingham Center for the Contemporary Cultural Study and the field South to analyze culture's roles and shaping social and norms relations. Key figures and contributions. Raymond Williams defined culture as a whole way of life, emphasized studying culture as both ordinary and dynamic, laying the foundations of examining everyday practice. Second, Richard Hogarth focused on working class culture, founded CCCS, which becomes the epicenters for the cultural study research. These figures shaped cultural study into a field that critically engaged with social, emphasizing culture's role in both reinforcing and challenging power. Interdisciplinary natures of cultural study. Cultural study is an interdisciplinary field drawing methods and theories from a variety in discipline including sociology, anthropology, literary studies, history, and media studies. Challenges, methodological integrations, blending diverse methodologies can lead to tensions between qualitative and qualitative approaches and between interpretive and empirical research. Despite this challenge, the interdisciplinary nature of culture studies enriches its ability to tackle contemporary culture issues from multi-purpose perspectives. Overemphasis on textual analysis in cultural study. Cultural studies often focus heavily on text, literary works, media, and popular culture, analyzed how they represent power, identity, and ideology. Challenges, neglect on material conditions. This emphasis sometimes overlooks at a socio-economic and historical concept that shape cultural productions. Limited scope. Over analyzed texts can neglect the importance of the material realities such as class, labors, and economics that influence culture phenomena. Example, the critic of analyzing popular culture without considering the production's context, such as who produced it, under what conditions, and for whom, can lead to incomplete for sequid interpretation. Relativism and lack of rigidity in cultural study. Cultural study often face criticism, relativism, where every culture practice is seen as equally veiled, leading to the absence of clear evolution criteria. Challenges, normative judgment, difficulty in making ethical or moral judgment about cultural practice without imposing external value. Example, the debate over harmful practice, female genetical multilations with cultural relativism raise ethical questions about when it's appropriate in interventions or critic culture practice without undermining culture and anatomy. Limited scope of analysis in cultural study. These challenges under representation. A certain group of, especially those from marginalized communities, are often overlooked or misrepresented. Western centric base, a tendency of prioritize Western experience and perspective marginalized non-Western viewpoints. Example, the critique of Western centric perspective in cultural study highlight the need for more inclusive approach to amplify voice from the global south and other marginalized communities. Methodological limitations in cultural study. These challenges generalizability. The focus on qualitative analysis may limit the ability to apply finding to broader populations or context. Lack of empirical data, difficulties in measuring culture impact quantitatively, especially when dealing with abstract contexts like the identity and ideology. Political implications of cultural study. Cultural study can be political charge with the financials for based on ideologically derived analysis challenges political base. The field focus on power dynamic may lead to analyze that align with specific political agendas and compressive and compromising objectivity. Example: the critique of cultural study being co-opted by specific political agendas, where research may be shaped to support particular ideology views rather than offering empirical insights. Conclusion: cultural study, while valuable, has key limitations such as an overemphasis on textual analysis, neglecting material and socio-economic context, cultural relativism, which complicate normative judgments, and limited scope that represent marginalized voice. To ensures the continued relevance in the and the impact of cultural study, it is essentially to address these limitations. This is my reference. Thank you. If anyone has a question, please.
Vishwa, my question is, what are the main criticisms of cultural studies as an academic discipline?
The main criticism of cultural studies, like lack of clear mythology, overemphasis on ideology, a narrow focus, and etc.
Sure, my question. How does cultural studies focus on specific contexts, limit its relevance? How they did?
Cultural study focus on specific context limit is a general ability by emphasizing a localized or particular culture phonemas. Thank you.
Okay, just check if I'm audible on the live. So most of you presented well today, and it was good to see some sort of improvement than yesterday, but there are issues nonetheless. Beginning with the first sort of disappointing presentation, we had Maya. First of all, I told you yesterday your title slide was missing. Same mistake, right? Without the title, how is the audience going to know what exactly were you trying to explain, right? So I know that your topic is so and so. Your classmates know your topic is so and so. But the people who are listening to you or reading your presentation, they have no idea, right? So that is one. The other thing is, of course, missing of hypothesis and research questions once again. The content that you have, the citations that you have given, the points that you have included in your PPT, all raise the same question. So what? Right? If you don't have the hypothesis in the research questions, then this is the question which is raised. What is the importance of the information or explanation you are providing? Right? If I am explaining something, why am I explaining? That answer should be in my research questions and hypothesis. Right? So that is another missing thing. Then let me show you something very interesting in your presentation. Second. Is this the one? No. Okay, is this visible to everybody? Is it visible on this live or not? Is it? Great. Then what is the mistake, if anybody can point out? Yes, alphabetical order is missing. And justification is not done. Overlapping of the fonts. Yes. Now, of course, you have referred to these sources and you consider them reliable enough to include them in your presentation. But as an audience, as a reader, if I'm supposed to refer to these, think of my problems with reading, right? Then there is the issue of another relevant information missing from your slides. And that was in one, the style of writing which you have given for Niraj Chaudhary. If this is Niraj Chaudhary's writing style, how is this particular information relevant for style of writing? The first point is consider the Bengal Renaissance, the high point of Anglo-Bengal encounters. Okay, that might be his themes in which he is writing. Second, the Anglicist side emphasizes steeping oneself deeply in contemporary English and European letters. Again, thematic concern, not style of writing or even linguistic. Bengali side showed a certain hubris and pride in the acquisition of Occidental knowledge and its articulate expression in modernist literature. Thematic concern, not style of writing. In one of his last pieces of writing in Bengali, Chaudhary says, I always introduce myself as a Bengali Hindu or a Hindu Bengali, not as an Indian. Well, this might, because there is some mention of writing word there, but still, style of writing. If you are discussing the style of writing, there should be some point which reflects the style of writing of Niraj Chaudhary, right? How does he write? Is there any particular narrative technique for which he is popular or his work is significant? Just including the thematic concerns is not going to help you. Is there a particular linguistic style, like Rushdie, for example, he uses chutnification, then that also can be considered for style of writing. But these points don't have a single justification for the title which you have provided to the slide. You see the problem there? So this is misleading information, right? Then there is one more, yes, thought of Niraj C. Chaudhary. Which of the points in this particular slide reflects the thought of Niraj C. Chaudhary, for which he might be considered a significant prose writer in post-independence Indian English literature? His association with Vladimir Nabokov, good international relations perhaps, but thought. Right? You could have said, if there was a connection between Vladimir Nabokov and Niraj C. Chaudhary, you could have said that Nabokov inspired Chaudhary in some way or the other for his works, but that is missing. So the point I'm making here is there is no justification for the information you provide. Why do you have this in the thought of Niraj C. Chaudhary? Right? If I'm a reader, let's say I'm not even listening to you, I'm just reading the PPT, then again it is misleading information, you see. So this was perhaps the most disappointing part of the whole presentation. Alphabetical order, I can understand that you might have made some mistake, you might have forgotten anything. There can be n number of reasons, right? But presentation itself is not relevant enough. Right? Doesn't have a relevant or even justified piece of information. So yes, that is an issue. Then we move to, let me stop sharing this. Yes, Hardi. Good improvement. Then yesterday I was happy with the fact that you gathered up the courage to face the audience. You made quite good non-verbal gestures, reading slides, but still trying to maintain eye contact. Those things were really good. But main issue was your presentation was about what? What was the primary text? Final Solutions by Dattani, right? Yes. Where is Dattani today in your presentation? Let me share this. Okay. In your references, you don't have a single mention of Dattani and his primary text. Right? So this was the problem for your presentation. The main text citation was missing. Right? Keep that in mind for the upcoming presentations. Then again, there was this problem with the definition of prejudice which you provided. Now, of course, we can, as presenters, we can have our own versions of definitions. We can explain things or mention the definition while we are just discussing it. But while we have written it on the presentation, where exactly is that definition coming from? When it is a written word, right? When it is a written or typed definition, the source is into question. Who says that prejudice, the term prejudice means so and so in the post-independence kind of a context? Right. So that was another problem with that. HIRAL. I told you yesterday that your slides were too text heavy. They did the same thing today, apparently. So we have things like this slide, or even this slide, and then there are the references. Can you tell me what's the problem with the title and your references here? First, the title itself is not readable enough. Of course, for us it is readable because it is right in front of our eyes. But the color selection, the layout, design of your slides, I mentioned it yesterday also, that the way you organize and manage the content in your PPT matters a lot as an audience, as a reader, right? So the title itself is the color and color combination, the organization is a bit problematic. Another very important thing is when you view this in a full screen, the first citation somehow goes up and nobody is able to read. Right? So that also poses a huge question. It becomes difficult for people to read. The other thing is the justification of the amount of space which you need to put between 2 citations or 3 citations. Right? It appears like a literal chutney or khichdi. Right? So be careful with the font size, the amount of content for each slide, the organization of the content. Yes. Dhatri, one disappointing thing and you lost 1 mark. Yes, you forgot to cite Bhumibaba, right? You were referring to his ideas. You also mentioned his name and the citation was missing. So I guess I don't need to open it up and show it to people, but yes, it is needed. Just a second. Lost the classroom slide. Yes, and then there was Darshan, whose presentation today was good, explanation was good, eye contact was good, interacted with the audience quite well. But there is one suggestion, not a mistake rather. The suggestion is when you have a source like the Sahitya Academy list of winners, right? You have it cited in your presentation. Now, if it is something like an archival source, like the Sahitya Academy list, it is an archival source, right? Put it as further reading, okay, instead of the main resources which are cited, because that is just a list of people who have won Sahitya Academy. And Nissim Ezekiel being one of them, the information and the source is relevant to your presentation. But it can be considered as further reading because it is an archival source. It is not exclusively for Nissim Ezekiel. It is for everybody who has won the Sahitya Academy Award. So it is just a list of winners, right? So that you should keep in mind whenever you have a source like that. Bhumi's presentation, just a suggestion once again, and not a mistake in that case. The presentation was good. But whenever you mention things like, let me open up. So this slide, the history of chutnification, right? So here you have clarified it very well that this is how the initial phases were, and this is how the shift happened in the English language, so on and so forth. Try to add 1 or 2 examples apart from the the authors who are significant for this kind of a usage. You have given the names of authors, but I was rather looking for the linguistic example. You see, a particular word which was there during this period of time, which was widely used by people, so it becomes much more relatable and understandable. It gives depth to your presentation also, right? And in that case, we have one particular example of the Hobson-Jobson dictionary, if you are aware. So you could have mentioned it here because it was part of the initial phase of the whole chutnification process, right? So that is something which people would look for when it comes to the depth of your understanding of the subject knowledge. Otherwise, the presentation is good. But when it comes to giving examples, I think this would be a better approach to it. Akshay's presentation was good, but mistake in, can you tell me what your mistake was? You have studied whose text? Yes. And where is he in your citations? You see the problem? The main text is missing. So you lost a mark there. I was happy with the fact that you showed quite a good, good level of improvement than yesterday's presentation, but disappointed with this particular fact. JAYSHRI was good, presentation was good. It was a good gesture that you invited people to sort of interact with you. Okay. It was good that you mentioned the fact that you want people to engage with you. But given the kind of format that we have, given the kind of time-bound presentations that we have, it is really difficult for people to respond to your questions when you are presenting. So instead, it would be better if you ask them, give them some sort of post-presentation question or a thought to ponder upon later on and not during the presentation. Otherwise, the presentation was good. There were no mistakes, so I was happy with that. KAVITA, hypothesis, research questions, missing. Right? The same question which I raised for Maya or even HIRAL for that matter, so what? The information you provide, why is it relevant? Why is it important? It will be there. Title isn't properly managed in the red color slide. It was quite innovative in the fact that something new came up, but yes, this. See the title? Overlapping the information, understanding of the knowledge that you wish to provide is overlapped. That should not happen. The information which you wish to provide. So the title needs to be managed in a way that it doesn't overlap with the explanation part of the thing. Spelling error in the references slide.